Abakri, Babika. I saw him somewhere here. David. Okay, welcome, David. Today we are facilitating the regional framework for climate services and also discuss the ways that it can be financed. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this important session that will promote the climate services within our region. This regional framework for climate services, it supports two regional economic communities. That is ICAD and East Africa Community. It also supports the 11 member states, 8 ICAD countries, and 3 non-ICAD countries. So we want to have an opening ceremony. I welcome Dr. Babika Abakari, just come in front. Dr. Abdi, Director ICPAC, just come in front. We shall start by WMO, Dr. Abakari. Welcome and make few remarks. Can we even make it from there? You want it here? It's okay.
Distinguished guest, permanent representative with WMO, the officer in charge of IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning to all of you. My name is Abu Bakr Sabikir. I am Technical Coordinator of Meteorological Infrastructure at WMO Regional Office for Africa. I stand before you today on behalf of my director, Dr. Agnes Kijazi. She's the director of the Regional Office for Africa. She wishes to be with you today, but unfortunately for unforeseen circumstances, she could not be here today. But she's sending her regard and support to the organizer of this event. So it's a great pleasure on behalf of WMO, Regional Office for Africa, to welcome you to this important day on the regional framework of climate services for the Greater Horn of Africa. Over the 2 past days, we have witnessed a rich discussion on collaboration around seasonal climate outlook forum, developing of the sectoral advisories, partnership, and innovation to close the gap on the early warning. And today we are focusing on the validation and financing of the regional framework for climate services for the Greater Horn of Africa. This framework is a result of extensive consultation and technical work and collaboration among the state, member states, and the regional economic communities that are in the region. We have two regional economic communities here, the IGAD and the East Africa Economic Community, and among experts. It provides shared vision and action plan to enhance delivery of climate services that are demand-driven and scientifically robust to access to all sectors of the society. Most importantly, it is anchored in the global framework for climate services brokered by WMO and partners, while also responding to the direct priorities and realities of the Greater Horn of Africa and drawing from the national climate outlook forums in countries. Colleagues, as we all know, the Greater Horn of Africa is among the most vulnerable regions to climate variability and climate change. Communities here are facing compound impact of recurrent drought, floods, heat wave, and other extreme events. These challenges makes it necessary to operationalize the regional framework for climate services and also to provide life-saving and important services to the communities. The framework will guide how we strengthen the national meteorological and hydrological services and how to link climate information to priority sectors such as agriculture, water, health, disaster risk reduction, and energy, and how we support the ambitious effort of the United Nations on early warning for all. So as WMO, we remain committed to working closely with IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, ICPAC, with partners like the African Union, East Africa Community, and the development partners to ensure that the regional framework becomes a living instrument that support resilience, sustainable development, and climate security in the Greater Horn of Africa. I encourage you all to engage actively in today's discussion, to share your perspective and to reaffirm your commitment to this framework. Together we can transform the framework into a practical roadmap that delivers tangible benefit for the people of the region. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and look forward for a successful conclusion of this important process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abubakari, for those wonderful remarks. Remember that we are only cascading what happened a long time ago at the Global Forum. So your presence here is highly honored. Can I call David Wanyama from East African Secretariat?
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is David Wafula. I'll deliver brief remarks on behalf of the leadership of the East African Community, that is the Secretary General of the EAC. Let me start by also recognizing the representative of IGAD, the representative of the World Meteorological Organization, the leadership of ICPAC, distinguished stakeholders, all protocols observed. As EAC, we are honored to deliver opening remarks at this pivotal forum on validation and financing of the regional framework for climate services for the Greater Horn of Africa. The validation of the framework represents a significant milestone. We believe that this instrument will enhance regional cooperation in climate resilience for the benefit of 500 million people covering 11 countries in our region. The ESC commends IGAD for the inclusive, participatory, multi-stakeholder, and consultative process that has guided the formulation of this framework. The framework is not just technically robust, but it's also deeply aligned with the ESC regional integration agenda, particularly our Vision 2050, which envisions a globally competitive, resilient, and sustainable East Africa community. Ladies and gentlemen, the ESC pledges its full political and institutional support for the successful implementation of the framework. We call upon member states, scientific institutions, development partners, and the private sector to work collectively to ensure that climate services are equitable, inclusive, and actionable, especially for most of the vulnerable communities which bear the brunt of climate impacts despite contributing the least to global emissions. Let us also recognize the strategic importance of regional synergy. While the ESC and IGAD are distinct regional economic communities, there is significant overlap in membership. We share a lot in terms of membership. Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, Republic of South Sudan happen to be members of ESC and IGAD at the same time. So this presents both an opportunity, but also a responsibility for enhanced collaboration. IGAD has demonstrated leadership and technical excellence in climate science and early warning systems, particularly through ICPAC. Meanwhile, ESC brings strengths in areas of trade facilitation, market integration, and regional infrastructure development, all of which are vital for climate resilience. The ESC Common Market Protocol is about facilitating free movement of people, goods, services, and capital in the region. We have also been able to put in place infrastructural facilities such as the one-stop border post, for example, at Malaba between Uganda and Kenya, Namanga between Kenya and Tanzania, and all this is about trade facilitation. But we also appreciate that climate change and extreme weather conditions can strengthen even some of these infrastructural facilities, and therefore this calls for ensuring that we mainstream climate resilience in all aspects of regional integration, from infrastructure planning to trade policies and investment frameworks. So this underscores the need for joint planning, collaboration, cooperation among our regional economic communities between ESC and IGAD. So there is need to foster complementarity, to leverage comparative advantages so that we can maximize impact and ensure sustainable incomes. With those few remarks, we wish you well. We wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, David, for the commitment and assurance. We want to work as a team because ICPAC serves two RECs, ESC and ICAD. We want to cement that relationship. And I remember in our early training career, we were told weather and climate does not respect political boundaries. And this is affirming that. Let me welcome Dr. Abdi Fidar. He will be wearing two hats, ICPAC and ICAD. Dr. Fidar.
Good morning. Actually, ICMAC is part of IGAT, so it's not the two hats. It's only one hat, that of IGAT. So, good morning once again. Have we had our breakfast? I don't see. Good morning. Good morning. I know Nairobi is very cold, some of us, so that's why we are not as energetic as we wanted, particularly Muhammad Ismail. I see you here. 49. So it should be, surely you're from Mogadishu now. So I understand. So I see many people coming from hot areas, humid areas, so they may feel the cold of Nairobi. But those of us who come from Addis Ababa, who are from Addis Ababa now? 1, 2, 3, 4 only. So it's warmer here now, isn't it? So we understand. Therefore, it is a great pleasure to be here today with you, acknowledging the presence of many distinguished guests, including directors of Met offices, national Met offices, permanent representatives, our partners from NORCAP, UN-affiliated agencies, UK Met Office, are they here today? I don't see them. I see Dr. Ahmed, Deputy Director of SODMA Somalia. I see, once again, good morning. Today, we are here to validate the regional framework for climate services. I'm sure you have copies of those. It is a framework that's supposed to bring together national climate services and other regional and global frameworks, including AU 2063. As David said earlier, EAC frameworks, it is a framework that we want to be the guiding principles of the remaining national frameworks again. We know IGAD region, Horn of Africa region, and the wider East Africa region is one of the most affected regions by climate change. If you start from 2019, you remember we had El Nino, flooding, desert locusts, all those things. That was followed by 5 consecutive years of below normal rainfalls. One of the worst droughts we have experienced in the region. And that culminated in 2023, 2024 floodings again, another El Nino. And now we are again expecting another drier season. How can we adapt to that thing? We cannot avoid, but we have to adapt to it. And the framework is for that purpose. To validate that framework and look into financing opportunities. How can we fund? Who should do what and why? Therefore, all of us, we would like to commit, to engage, be part of the framework, be part of the process, the journey. And in 10 years' time, we will say, I was part of that process, and we deliver it. I hope in 10 years' time, the region will be in a better situation. As we said yesterday, and then for yesterday, there are over 50 million people classified as food insecure in this region. And that is, imagine, almost 25% of globally food insecure people, 25%. And what is the population of this region? Less than 4% of the global population. So 4%, then we can see the acute food insecurity, and that's why we want effective climate adaptation strategies. So with that, let me conclude on behalf of IGAT to welcome you here today and expect that we will be actively engaging this process. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Director, for those wonderful remarks. With that, I think we go straight to today's program. I can invite you to join the other table as I call upon Dr. Mata to come here and lay the program of the day. Thanks so much for those wonderful words. Fine. You can take your seats.
Good morning, everyone. Colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you so much for being here today in this validation workshop for the Regional Framework for Climate Services. So before we go into the agenda, actually, if I can go back into, how do I do this? Okay. I just want to acknowledge, obviously I've been hired as a consultant by ICPAC to help develop this regional framework, but this has been a concerted effort by a lot of colleagues at ICPAC and a lot of consultations with regional stakeholders over the last few months. Thank you. Is this better? Okay. Thank you. As I was saying, this was a concerted effort by a lot of different colleagues at ICPAC and a lot of input from regional stakeholders across the region over the last few months. And a particular big thank you to Callistus Wachana, a colleague and a friend, I think by now, who has been supporting this process from the very beginning. So thank you. So the agenda for today, and thank you for the initial remarks by distinguished guests, WMO, IGAD, EAC. It is very important today I think, because it's the culmination of a long process of developing this framework, which is expected to support both RECs within the Greater Horn of Africa, so both IGAD and EAC, and the member states within it. So the process today will be to go through what we've developed so far and to validate this as a group, so we can then have it politically endorsed, hopefully, and then be fully implemented in the next 5 years. So the agenda for today, I'll start a bit with the background of it. What is this regional framework for climate services? I believe a lot of you have already heard about this by now, and a lot of you have already been involved in a lot of the discussions and consultations, but I'll just give you a brief synthesis, a summary of it. And then some of the key steps we took so far. We started this process in January, and we're now at the end of August, so I'll take you through some of those key steps, and then we'll go into the kind of the feedback for the discussion within the group and the validation of the report. So I'll take you for each of the sections of the report. I'll take you through also some of the comments we received and feedback and how we responded to that and integrated them into the report. So hopefully it will be a very transparent process and we can all contribute to it. Then we'll have a coffee break, which will be good at that point, and then come back again to finalize that. And then will be a lunch break at 1. The afternoon session will focus more on discussions on how we go about financing some of the activities that have been identified and developed as part of this regional framework for climate services. So we'll take you through that in the afternoon. For now, we'll just focus on the validation aspects of the regional framework. So a bit of background to the regional framework. I'm not going to dwell a lot on this. I think Callisto shared yesterday as well the regional framework document. That's the document we're going to be validating today. So a lot of this information is already there, but nonetheless. It has already been mentioned today, so this regional framework is part of the wider WMO initiative on the global framework for climate services. This was an initiative approved back in 2009 as part of the World Climate Change Conference, where all member states have signed this, so this is already have a mandate behind it. And the regional framework, it's the regional version of the global framework. As you all know as well, there's also the national version of the framework. So this is a three-tier approach to help better coordinate the climate service efforts at these various levels. So this particular regional framework, which is the first of its kind, according to WMO guidelines. So this is a first worldwide. It's been funded by the CLIMSA program, which a lot of you are probably aware of it as well. So they've been doing a lot of work over the last few years in Africa, but also in other regions in the world. And the CLIMSA program underpins a lot of the efforts in the region in terms of improving climate information services, the technical and financial assistance, and the infrastructure and capacity building. So this regional framework is the last piece of the efforts within the CLIMSA program in this region. So this is the last bit of work that this CLIMSA program is delivering as part of this. So, the regional framework for climate services. So, what is it? It's supposed to be an institutional mechanism for improving collaboration. Ooh, that light is really strong, thank you. To strengthen collaboration among regional and national institutions across the region. So, it's not reinventing the wheel, it's trying to improve what's already there and trying and bring together those actors, those key stakeholders that are operating within this ecosystem of climate services, either being on the producer sides or on the user sides as well. So it's not only about who provides and who produces these climate services, but also who are using this to inform governance, policy making, decision making on the ground. So that's it. The other thing I want to say here as well is that the regional frameworks for climate services, as well as the global framework and the national frameworks, they all have guidelines produced by WMO on how these processes should be developed. So what we followed here was we followed the guidelines produced by WMO. The latest version had been published at the end of last year. So we've kind of followed through the processes that they suggest we should take. The various steps, but obviously we tweaked it along the way depending on the needs of the region and the inputs from stakeholders as well. So we managed to tweak it to the desires and the needs of the regions as we went along. So as I said, the regional framework sits between the global level and the national level. So it is a very important level. Because it sits between these two, and obviously it is important to avoid duplication of efforts, to avoid stepping into other stakeholders' mandates, and so on and so forth. So that was something we kept in mind, and we made an effort to really be very clear about what is the focus of the regional framework, and not to overstep on existing national frameworks as well, which we know is a concern from a lot of national med services. So we had that care to be, to make sure that wasn't overstepping. Interestingly, all of these three different levels, they follow a very similar structure. They have a similar aim, which is always to try and improve the collaboration and how key stakeholders that operate and use climate services, how they can better work together, recognizing that there is a lot of overlaps in terms of interests, in terms of opportunities for collaboration, in terms of enhancing how people work together to deliver better services on the ground to their users. So it kind of follows the same logic on it. And it's all about supporting, strengthening, and coordinating the development of these services. Another important aspect here is that WMO identifies these strategic pillars. And again, these are strategic pillars that are present across the three levels, the three tiers, global, regional, national. And these are important because they are the pillars that we use to frame some of the activities that we developed as part of this framework. So we'll go into that discussion in a bit, but just to give you a bit of an overview, there's 5 strategic pillars. The user interface platform, where there's this mechanisms, platforms for engaging with the users, the climate service information system, which is the engine that supports the generation of and dissemination of climate information and products and services, observations and monitoring in terms of using data through observation systems, so that capturing the data on the ground, research modeling and prediction in terms of how can we advance the existing knowledge and research to improve the services that are to be delivered. And then underpinning all of this, a strong emphasis on capacity development, in terms of, at various levels, not only human, but technical, institutionally, governance, and so on. So, the key objectives, I've already mentioned this a bit, but there are 3 key objectives of the Regional Framework for Climate Services. 2 of them, the first 2 bullet points, focus more on the collaboration and interaction between stakeholders at regional level. So we're not talking about national level here, we're talking about how stakeholders operating at regional level, and this be it, for example, the EAC, IGAD divisions, humanitarian organizations, United Nations agencies, and so on, NGOs, how they operate and collaborate between themselves, understanding what are the priority actions across these organizations, how they can better work together to support resilience and sustainable development within this region. So the framework does that, try and identify how these key actors can come and work together and better improve the delivery of services across different priority sectors. The 3rd bullet point then turns to the national level. So this is where the emphasis and the linkage with the national Met services happen. And it is primarily through the National Framework for Climate Services. So this is where the link between the Regional Framework for Climate Services happens with the National Met Services and their national frameworks for climate services. So this, and it's part of the activities that we developed as part of this framework, which we'll discuss in a bit, but it is one of the key objectives of the regional framework, is to support national Met services, particularly in terms of delivering and implementing their national framework for climate services. I won't go into this. There's loads of benefits, avoid redundancy, improve collaboration, maximize benefits, support establishment of national frameworks and support national Met services as well, identify priorities and so on. So all of these are examples of what is all hoped from these regional frameworks in terms of supporting the development within the region, so, which I think I've already mentioned a bit. So, in terms of the regional framework for the Greater Horn of Africa, and it has been mentioned before, this covers 2 RECs, so IGAD and EAC. There are overlaps between the member states that both RECs cover. Within this particular case, ICPAC, as recognized WMO Regional Climate Center, provides for the 11 countries that are represented in that map. This is, according to WMO, established that there would only be one regional framework for this region, and it would cover both RECs. We know that there are countries that are part of EAC, for example, that are not represented there, but there are, moving forward. If needs be, there are possibilities of bringing other member states, if there is a desire for that, through the ICPAC protocol and so on. That can be done. But for now, these are the 11 countries that are covered within this regional framework for climate services. In terms of the key institutions, and again, in this diagram, you can see that there is the regional focus, which is the primary emphasis of this regional framework for climate services. The focus of the work we're trying to do here and implement moving forward is to better support and generate high-quality services and products to support EGAD divisions, EAC divisions, and institutions, and international humanitarian agencies, and other organizations that operate at regional level or focus on transboundary issues, okay? So this is the focus of the regional framework. It's to support ICPAC as the RCC for the region, to support those organizations operating at regional level. And then, obviously, those organizations themselves, which you'll see is that side on the right, this is a pointer. Oh, I can't see. No? No. Those organizations at the regional level then support ministries and other national institutions across the member states through advisory support, through existing protocols and so on. But ICPAC does not directly support ministries or national organizations, okay? So the RCC is expected to support the regional, the organizations operating at regional level, and on the other side, as I mentioned before, directly support the national Met services across the 11 member states through their national frameworks for climate services. So this is what's expected. Sorry, I'm being, okay, thank you. And then when I don't want to, okay, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Technology is wonderful. Okay, so sorry. So this is what I was trying to say. So the RCC, the aim is to support these regional organizations operating across the region, at least in 2 or more countries, and support that in key priority sectors as well that have been identified as part of this regional framework. And then these organizations on their own, protocols and assistance that they provide to the national Met services, they provide then the information that these ministries and national institutions require. Linking to the third key objective of the regional framework, then we have the national Met services across 11 member states where ICPAC, as the RCC, will support them in terms of the development, the implementation, the reviewing process of existing national frameworks for climate services. So I just wanted to highlight this because this is key to understand how we set up the regional framework for climate services, okay? The emphasis is supporting these regional organizations and the national Met services through their national framework for climate services. And then, obviously, it should be highlighted as well that then at the national level, the national Met services then provide also the kind of products and services that their own ministries, their own national institutions require at national level. Yeah? Okay. So, before I go into this, are there any questions or comments to these slides? Any questions about the regional framework or anything? No? Okay. I'll stop at key points, so I'll ask if there are questions or feedback. So, developing the regional framework for climate services. How did we do this? So, as I said, we started in January at the GACOF. We launched it officially in January, and we then very quickly moved into kind of establishing the various committees. We had 3 committees to develop this process. the regional framework for climate services. So we had the steering committee, the technical committee, and the project management committee, and they all had different responsibilities in terms of reference and so on. Obviously, the steering committee provided the direction and the strategic vision for it. The technical focused more on the technical aspects, the intricacies of the regional framework and what was required to include. And then the project management committee dealt with the day-to-day activities and so on. We then started reviewing key documents. Of course, there's a wealth of documents in terms of climate services in the region, from different entry points, from different sectoral perspectives. So we started reviewing that to provide us a bit of a background and understanding of the situation in the region. Between March and April, we conducted more than 30 interviews with a range of different actors in the region, from IGAD divisions, EAC colleagues as well, ICPAC experts, UN agencies, research centers, and so on and so forth. So, and that kind of allows us to have a sense of some of the key challenges, some of the existing collaborations, some of the needs, some of the priorities, and so on and so forth. So that was a very good way of understanding in a fairly quick manner, what were some of the key aspects that needed to be considered as part of this framework. I then conducted some thematic analysis in terms of the interviews and started clustering some of the topics because, as you can imagine, we gather a lot of information from the interviews. People can talk a lot for an hour, so there was a lot of material there, so I started clustering a bit the themes and the topics and continue reviewing key documents as well and consolidating findings. So there was a kind of a parallel process there. At the end of May, following the GACOF in May, we also had the first regional stakeholder workshop, which I think a lot of you were there. And there we started really exploring a bit more in depth the key challenges and priorities across the priority sectors, to really have an understanding of key challenges, what was needed. And we also discussed specific themes that emerge from the interviews as priority in this area. So, for example, the governing structures, how we wanted to govern this framework was one of the topics we discussed. How we wanted to revamp the GACOF. GACOF being the Great Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, as you know. I know it's a key regional event. It brings a lot of the stakeholders. It's very important for the region for various reasons, but there is also recognition that it could be improved. It could be better suited for catering for the needs of regional stakeholders. So we discussed that as well. We also discussed gender issues and so on. So this first regional stakeholder workshop was very good, was very participatory. We had different discussions, and I then again consolidated the findings and start converging some of the analysis. We then had organized a technical committee workshop at the beginning of June. This was a 5-day workshop with key experts at ICPAC, so experts covering different sectors, different technical areas in terms of climate information and services. And there we started really develop some of the key ideas, some of the backbone structure for the regional framework report. So we spent long hours discussing the governing structure for the regional framework, and we started discussing as well some of the activities, the strategic objectives for the framework, the vision, the mission, and so on. So we started really developing some of the key bones of the framework. Following from that, we had a technical review workshop. So this was held in Kampala in Uganda, and we brought, I think, more than 40 regional stakeholders to the workshop. And there we basically distilled the findings from the first regional stakeholder workshop and the technical committee workshop. So we really kind of, every of these consultations, we move a bit forward in terms of consolidating findings, identifying priorities, and developing the regional framework. So with this technical review workshop, again, we went through what we had developed in terms of the regional framework vision, the mission, the core values, the activities. We also started the governing structures. We also started discussing some of the funding and how could we resource mobilize to fund some of these activities and so on. So after that, I worked very hard in finalizing an overall draft of the regional framework for climate services, which was then shared with many of you for review and feedback. And we got more than 100 comments on this, and this included, again, regional organizations from, IGAD divisions, ICPAC itself as the RCC, UN agencies, and so on. So there is a lot of feedback to work through, which I'll go through with you in a bit. So I then, based on that feedback, we revised again the regional framework, and this is where we are now. So what we're doing today is I'll take you through where we are at with the regional framework report and some of the key comments that we have received and how we address them and incorporated in the framework. I will also give you access to see the full list of comments. You can see all of them there. I'm not going through all of them today, otherwise we're not having lunch at 1 p.m. But I'll give you access to all the comments if you want to have a look at it. So, any questions or comments? So I can drink a bit of water. Is it all clear? Are there any questions about the process? Oh, is there a microphone? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, so much for that wonderful presentation on RFS document. In your presentation in February 2025, you discussed that in the process of development of the document, you reviewed key documents. So my question is, did you consider also reviewing national documents and their alignment also, particularly NAP and the NDCs of the countries? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your questions. As part of this process, and we'll go through the documents as well, but we focused on global and key regional strategies and policies documents rather than at the national level. There's only, there's, as I said, there's a wealth of documentation out there, and we focus primarily on the global frameworks that support us, such as early warning for all and so on, and the key regional ones. So we didn't look into national ones. Obviously, we consulted the national frameworks that exist, for example, but not NAPs or national contributions of countries. Thank you. Any other question? Oh, there's one question. There's one there, Linda.
Good morning. My name is Adunya. I'm from Ethiopia. Thank you very much for this informative presentation. Now we are closer to the practice. I'm very much delighted this document is getting maturing, and now we are proceeding to move to the practice. So having said that, one thing I would like to hear more about this regional climate services is that whatever level of operation we are preferring, whether it is regional or national level, is still the region, Greater Horn of Africa is suffering from key hazards, climate hazards, in which they finally rest at one of the member states. Still the member states are not at the same level of responding to the hazards and the adaptation issue. So I would like to hear more about how the country level issues or how the operation could be more facilitated for harmonizing the efforts of countries, because the countries, as we have heard earlier, these hazards, they don't have boundary. So how we can harmonize the capacity of each country? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. We'll go through the strategic objectives that were developed for the regional framework. Each strategic objective has key activities. There is a strategic objective specifically focusing on national med services. And there's also other activities focusing on transboundary issues, for example. So we'll go through that. Thank you.
Very good presentation, and I think I really like the participatory loopholes and how rigorous it was to get to where we are. So 2 quick questions. I would like to know, is this a blueprint? So is there a possibility of including information over time? And then secondly, is it also going to be available sort of like as an open access, and when can that be feasible? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a really good question. In terms of the blueprint, I mean, ICPAC colleagues might disagree, but I see this as a document that is a starting point. Obviously, it defines a direction and a strategy for the region as a framework, and it has its own strategic objectives and activities. But there's also a strong component in terms of monitoring and evaluation and learning through the process. And the purpose of that being that at different points through the process, you might tweak or adapt or adjust as you go along. So even though it does provide a clear direction and a set of activities, if things don't go accordingly or other needs emerge or there is a need to adapt and adjust, because we are all living in a very, fast-changing world, I don't see why, using the MEL framework, you couldn't adapt some of the elements of it. So I think there is a degree of flexibility there as well. And it is set up to be 5 years. So again, there's only so much we can anticipate. 5 years ago, you wouldn't hear about AI a lot of the time. And now we're here in a world where we need to account for that. So I think it is important to have a framework that allows for certain adjustments as we go along and as needed. In terms of the open access, I don't know, Callistus, do you have any idea on that?
Yeah, I think this is your document. So I don't see why we should keep it secret. The thing is, climate services is not just climate information. So we need to continuously look at your needs, and the providers of climate information address those needs, and there is a lot of engagement. So I think we are bringing everything on the table, and that is why you saw the user engagement as one of the pillars of the framework. Thank you.
I have a bit of a suggestion here, and thank you for your presentation. I have done a quick scan of the framework, and I think there is one institution which could be missing and which you can consider including. And this is the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, which is an institution of the ESC. They're responsible for water management in the Lake Victoria Basin, which has millions of people. They do lots of environmental work and so forth. 20% of the flow of the Nile River comes from the lake. The lake itself can provide a platform for observations of weather and climate information. So perhaps as we move on, we could consider including Lake Victoria Basin Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I think that microphone is not working very well. I couldn't hear very well. But I took your point in terms of the missing institution that should be considered. This is a starting point. I think the idea is that we obviously engage with the obvious, key organizations that ICPAC and that we are aware that operate in this system of climate services within the region. I'm sure we're missing many others, that the expectations that others will be brought into the framework and to collaborate through the different governance structures as and when they are needed and coming in. So again, this is not set in stone. A lot of the work will be then done through the user interface platforms and through the technical working groups. And it's then up to each priority sector to decide, do we need to bring other institutions? What is their role in this? So this is not set in stone in that sense. It's a direction, but I think then up to the different user interface platforms and the technical working groups to then decide who needs to be part of the discussions and have a more active role in implementing the framework. Oh.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Francis Kerr. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to just my concerns on the issue for civil society on this document, because they are playing a big role, especially for the rural areas. So they also should be considered on this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Wilbert Timiza from Tanzania Meteorological Authority. Would like to, mine is comment. I'd like to commend the work that has gone to this, and I would like to say that some of the members that went ahead to develop some national framework for climate services, like Tanzania, we developed ours we launched ours in 2018, based on the WMO guidance on how to develop these national framework for climate services. Now the regional one that we are developing now is a good guide that will help tap into now updating what we have already in the national med services or in the at the national level. So as you say that this regional one has incorporated some of the latest information and technologies that we can, while we are reviewing the existing national framework or developing, then it could be good to incorporate those in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Yeah, we are aware of the Tanzania National Framework for Climate Services. Actually, I think it was one of the first ones in the region, right? And it's now, you are thinking of reviewing it again. Within the regional framework, we also anticipate support for national med services that are seeking to review their national framework. So hopefully that support will be coming through the framework to yourselves. But thank you for your comment.
Yes, thank you very much for very clear presentation. Bob Alex Ogwang from Uganda. I've noted that you've done this development very carefully, borrowing from the Global Framework for Climate Services, which deals with the global aspects. Then the regional Framework for Climate Services, as you've mentioned, is clearly dealing with the regional initiatives, regional stakeholders, climate information services at regional levels. This will certainly avoid overlap between the National Framework for Climate Services and the regional framework. So what I advise is that in case there are aspects in the document that tend to cause overlap, maybe you could look through and have them adjusted accordingly to ensure that there's no overlap and there's appropriate flow of information between the global, regional, and national levels. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That's a really good comment, actually. That's a very important point, avoiding the overlap between particularly the regional framework and the national frameworks. And that's the purpose of today's discussion, is to go through what's being proposed and ensure that we're not overstepping here. So that's why we welcome your input, because we can still tweak things, we can still change it depending on how you feel we should be doing it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Omar Shuri. I'm representing BR of Somalia with WMO. I would like to thank you for presenting and for showing us different stages that study has been taken from January to August. I would like just to know if now that we are a big audience, that comments will be made. So if the final draft will be incorporated, the comments be made, during our discussion so far. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. We are at a point now where we have a revised draft regional framework based on all the comments we received, but we still want to do another round of, feedback and discussion if you think there are points that are not, adequate. So yeah, there's still an opportunity here. Oh.
I have a microphone here, if I may. Okay, but you can go to Gikungu, Dr. Gikungu.
No, Abubakar, go for it. Sorry, I was just pointing that David wants.
Thank you for the preference. I want to support the PR for Uganda on the issue of overlaps. And I think he is not raising it out of the blues, because those are some of the issues that we've had ourselves dealing with. And I think, personally, I'm looking forward to seeing the specific strategies, because we want, at the end of the day, to have a system that defines the roles at the various levels, so that we know this role is national, this one is regional. Specifically those two. I don't think anybody has a problem with the GFCS, but the regional and the national, I think we need to be very, very clear on what we are doing, how we are guiding this one. And going forward, region by region, and this is where I was referring to the strategies. We might want to look at regions differently, so that we do not have necessarily a system that maps onto all the others, because there are specific strengths. When you go to West Africa, there are certain differences when you compare, even climatologically, when you compare to East Africa. So I think this is something that takes a lot of interest upon all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Abubakar?
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm happy that I came after my two colleagues, my two PRs, PR of Uganda, now Dr. Gikungu, who is a former PR of Kenya. And my point is just along the line with their comment. And I think a colleague also from Ethiopia alluded to the need of strengthening at the national level. So my thinking and the discussion that we usually have is in WMO is that the overall goal of our collective effort as international and regional organization is development. The overall goal is a development. But the development, it will happen mainly through strengthening the national institutions, because whether we are global or regional organizations, we are support. We kind of a support system to the national institutions so they can do their jobs at national level, and in that we accelerate development. So I just wanted to concur with my colleagues that we need to think of how the regional framework of climate services will make the major effort in strengthening the national institutions in a way that they will carry their task, whether it is early warning or provision of services and for the different sectors. This is can be done by having in mind always that we are a backup system or a support system. We are not the, I don't want to say mandate or not mandate. This is not the point. The point is really just to see the core purpose of the development is that it has to happen at the national level for it to remain and to be sustained. And I think there's already a lot of good consultative effort has been done at national level and consulting the already existing the national framework of climate services, and with the continuous collaboration with ICPAC and the discussion with ICPAC, I think we are along that line. So we will just confirm this and we move on forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abubakar. I'm just going to go back to one of my slides because I think this is a key point that is important to have clear in our minds. So in terms of the regional framework for climate services, the support at national level is directly to the national Met services. So the RCC, in this case, in terms of the, one of the big implementers of the regional framework, the support that is being done, it's directly to the national Met services. In terms of enabling national institutions across the different sectors, priority sectors and so on, that is expected to be done through these other organizations that also operate at regional level and focus across different priority sectors. So it is important to make this clear, okay, that in terms of the regional framework for climate services, the delivery of regional products and services is done through the RCC to IGAD, EAC, and other organizations operating at regional level, and to the national Met services. And these are then the ones responsible for enabling and capacitating other national organizations. So it's just important to make that clear, because it does underpin all the activities that are being proposed as part of the framework. So we need to keep this in our minds, okay? And I might come back to this again later on. But are there any other comments, or can we move on? Actually, what time is it? I don't have time, just coffee break. What time is it? Is it now? Okay, should we go for a coffee break? Time flies when we're having fun, huh? Well, how long is it? Half an hour? You can. What is it?
It's now 18.
Okay, no, we're not ready for coffee. Sorry, I should have brought my. Can you give me a warning when we're getting close? Yes, sorry. So it's 10:20. I've been told, and the coffee will be ready at 10:45. So you need to bear with me for a bit longer. Yes. So let's start this validation process then. As I said earlier, we got more than 100 comments across the various sections of the report. We've been working on those comments, integrating some of them, not integrating others, and justifying why. And the next slide shows you a QR code where you can see all of the comments there. I should say that we have received a few other comments since we've worked on this, so there are still some comments that we haven't incorporated yet. So, but they will be done in the next round of reviews and following this workshop. So today, the aim of today is to go through those comments and go through the updated versions, the various sections of the regional framework as it is at the moment. And again, it's open for discussion. I'll go through each of the sections and then we'll have an open discussion in plenary, get some more of your comments and inputs, and we'll take it from there, okay? So these are the two QR codes. So on the left, you have the latest version of the regional framework document. Again, there are a couple of comments that we haven't yet incorporated, but they will be done at the next stage of review. And then on the right is the full list of comments we received. There's a couple missing as well because we're still receiving them via email, but you can see all of there. I didn't name the people that provided us comments for, for data protection, issues, but I did name the organization, so you can see who's suggesting what. And there's a full list of comments there, how they are being, why they're being proposed, what are the changes being proposed, and the response we give in terms of, how we dealt with those comments. So I don't know if you want to have a look at it. People are still looking at it. I hope it works. The QR on the left is the one that Callistus shared yesterday with you, so you should have that already. But I put it there just in case. I'm just giving another minute for colleagues to scan the QR code. Is everyone done? Can I proceed? Yeah? Okay. I'll just... I'll proceed then. I can come back if people are having issues, but... So, I'll go, as I said, I'll go through section by section because there's a logic to it, and it will be easier for you to also to follow the discussions and look at the document if you want to as we go along. I will start with discussing or presenting some of the feedback we received and how we responded, and then we'll go directly into the document and, and see how the sections are at the moment, and then open up for discussions. I hope that works for you, but for us, it sounded like the logical way of approaching this. So, and again, I didn't cover all the comments because we got 116 comments or something like that, and counting. So, I've just focused on the ones that I think would be useful to go through to help clarify some of the key issues that have emerged. And others because, there were things that a lot of people suggested and commented on. So, the inclusion of key elements, acknowledgements, sections, the glossary was mentioned by different people as well, some typos in the report and so on, the normal things that happen. So all of that has been cleared and the document is clean at the moment. There's also a suggestion to adjust the title of one of the sections. The colleague thought that the name was misaligned between the content and the title, and we agreed with that, so we changed it to what the person suggested. There was a few comments on the inclusion of the Congo. And again, this is something that through the various consultations we've done has been always, emerged because DRC is part of EAC, EAC is part of this framework, so there's always a lot of discussion around this. The consensus, and also supported by the MMO, was that the regional framework will cover the 11 countries that are already served by ICPAC as the RCC. So these are the 11 countries, and then what we put in the report, and I can show there, is that there is the protocol that established ICPAC recognizes that there might be situations where other member states might want to be part and served by ICPAC, and if that's the case, there is a process for doing so. So whilst we are excluding DRC from the framework at this point, if needs arise and if there is a push for that moving forward, that can be done. There's a process for doing that. So that's how we decided to overcome this issue, which has emerged various times. There was also a suggestion to include a new section on particularly looking ahead in terms of risks and projected changes in terms of linking with long-term climate change projections, and we added that section to the report. So it's now a new section. There was also a number of suggestions done in terms of the SWOT analysis, which is now section 1.4. There was a number of comments. I didn't include all of them there. They are in the list of feedback there, but they all have been added and adjusted to the report. Particularly those ones where people were suggesting including a word here or something there. We try and avoid including a lot of new bullet points to it because a lot of the analysis that was presented in the SWOT table was based on the interviews, the documents, and the first, and the consultations. So we tried to avoid bringing new points of view that were not by consensus, okay? I'll go through this, we'll then go through the document, and then we'll do questions, okay? So please make a note of anything you want to ask. Oh, so these were the main comments, okay? And now this is where I need to, and this is not my computer, so bear with me. So this is the regional framework as it stands. This is the QR code that we shared with you. Let me know if you didn't pick it up. I can open up again the QR codes. But this is how it stands at the moment. Can you see? I'll increase this. I'm not reading every sentence, because again, we probably want to go for coffee. But again, have a look at the document. If there's anything you don't agree or questions or doubts, please, let's discuss. So section 1 is this bit here. So it includes the background to the RFCS, Greater Horn of Africa regional context, the new section on climate-related risks and projected changes, and then the SWOT analysis. So these are the main comments that I mentioned. So these are the forewords. I guess, I mean, you might have issues, but please let me know if there's something there that you don't agree. Acronyms. There were also suggestions to include a few acronyms that were missing from the list. The glossary that was recommended and was included. And then the executive summary. That's hopefully a straightforward section. So the introduction, talks about, can you see okay? Can you see okay? Can I maybe increase this a bit more? So the background explains the regional framework, the link between the regional framework and the global framework when it was set out in 2009, the mandates, the fact that it was signed by member states, and that this is the regional application of that global framework. The global framework focused on key priority sectors, as a lot of you know, so agriculture and food security, disaster risk reduction, health, water, and energy. And we included those priority sectors plus another 2, which I'll explain in a bit. It then talks about the 3 levels of, between global framework, regional and national. It then goes on explaining the different pillars of the global framework, which I've also presented before. So this is all from WMO guidelines, and I don't think there's anything contentious here in terms of text. So this is the diagram that I showed earlier as well. Again, it's adapted from the WMO guidelines. And then we go into the Greater Horn of Africa regional context. Here, the idea was to give a comprehensive but succinct analysis of some of the key issues in the region. I mean, we appreciate that it's a big region, 11 countries, all very different in different, culturally, politically, socioeconomically, and so on. But we were just trying to give an overview of the region in terms of different aspects of it. So it starts by, the fact that the regional framework is expected by WMO to serve both IGAD and EAC as the 2 RECs, and that it covers the 11 countries, again, that I mentioned before. It then goes into explaining the region in terms of mixed economic development, some countries being considered a bit more developed than others, agriculture as the backbone in terms of the economic sector, underpinning a lot of these countries, and the dependency in terms of farming, livestock, and so on. It then goes into explaining a bit of the crops, the livestock farming and the importance for certain countries as well, economic challenges, such as inequality, unemployment, high poverty rates, and so on. But then goes into also the richness in terms of natural resources, the opportunities that the region presents itself, and also as a major tourism destination in terms of rich wildlife, cultural sites, and so on. It then goes into explaining the diversity in terms of ethnicities, across the region, across different countries as well, with examples in Ethiopia and Kenya, and then how that influences social dynamics and the role in political and economic structures. It then goes into the languages and the diversity in that sense as well. Some being shared across different countries, others specific to particular countries, and so on. So this is just really giving an overview of some of the key characteristics within the region. It then goes into the diversity in terms of political systems and how that, that some of the counties have been recognized by World Bank as fragile states and so on and so forth. It then goes into describing the Greater Horn of Africa as the headquarters to several regional organizations, helping promoting cooperation and security and trade, including EAC and IGAD, as we heard this morning in the opening remarks. Then goes specifically into the history, a bit of the history of IGAD and EAC, the areas in which they, their mandate operates. And then the different member states that are part of both IGAD and EAC. So this is the text here as well. We did both for IGAD and EAC in terms of the structure of the text. And then it kind of covers this map that I showed as well, which are the 11 countries within the region that are covered by the RCC. It then goes into challenges. Again, I mean, all of these are very well known to all of us, the impacts of climate change and variability, how it impacts different economic systems, socioeconomic systems, droughts and floods being extreme events and affecting a lot of the livelihoods in the region. There's also emerging risks, heat waves, pests, and so on, that needs to be better looked at moving forward. Food security and dependency on rain-fed agriculture, subsistence agriculture, political instability as well that affects food insecurity, health challenges, environmental degradation, low education levels, and limited and poor infrastructure. So these are just, again, it's just a synthesis of a quick summary of some of the key challenges. We know there's much more we could put here, but again, it was striking that balance between putting a lot of information or giving enough, and then, if needs be, we refer to other documents, and we don't have a framework report that is very long, and already is quite long. We then introduced this new section in terms of the climate-related risks and projected changes in the region. Again, it talks about the mix of climates, which has been mentioned as well. A mix of, arid, semi-arid, temperate climates, and so on. Some areas being more prone to particular hazards than others. Severe drought events that happened in the last few years. And so on, and a number of other hazards that also mean compound risks to existing extreme hazards anyway. Again, consecutive extreme events, historic drought events, the impact in the region, and then floods, followed by floods, and the impact that has in livelihoods and systems. We then go into explaining a bit about projected changes, and a lot of this was captured from the latest IPCC report. So maybe Paulino has comments on this. But yes, in terms of what are the trends for the region, in terms of global warming, mean annual temperature, and so on, and they are expected to increase as expected. And then which areas will be mostly affected by this. It also then goes into the heat days, heat waves, which is again another emerging hazard in the region, particularly in urban areas, and these are expected to increase substantially, depending on different global scenarios. So this is again an emerging concern, particularly for urban areas. Because obviously heat waves, impacts health and different socioeconomic and ecological systems. So, and it links with other issues that were discussed yesterday, for example, air quality and biodiversity in general. So it then goes into annual rainfall as well and the expectations in terms of projections. So heavy precipitation, pluvial flooding events are also expected to increase on particular scenarios. Also an increase in average tropical cyclones. It's mainly in terms of southern part of the region, but important to note. And changes in rainfall patterns can exacerbate already weather-related displacements, migration, and infrastructure and livelihoods. And this issue of migration, displacement, security is one of the additional priority sectors that we included in the framework. So we'll talk about that in a bit. Drought frequency, intensity, and so on, are expected to increase as well across many of the countries, and to decrease in others. So there's a bit of a difference here. And then the impact of compounding climate risks. So when there's different hazards impacting the communities on the ground. So we then go into the SWOT analysis, and again, we received quite a lot of comments and suggestions on this. The SWOT analysis, if you don't know, it stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And in this case, the SWOT analysis was done specifically to the regional framework itself in the context of the region. So we looked at the strength of the regional framework in relation to the regions, and obviously there is a lot of very positive elements to be taken into consideration. Obviously the establishment of regional and national institutions and their support in terms of these kind of initiatives, their awareness of these kind of issues as well. Support from development partners, the improvement of science and advanced technical knowledge was also captured as a strength in the region. Existing coordination efforts, obviously recognizing that they are not perfect, otherwise we wouldn't need a regional framework for climate services, but there's already a lot of engagement and collaboration ongoing that this regional framework should tap into and maximize. Multi-sectoral collaborations as well, and community and stakeholder awareness. That was also a big positive and strength recognized. In terms of weaknesses, which in some cases are the reverse of the strength, but poor coordination and institutional gaps, there was a recognized fragmentation in some areas, in some sectors and some countries, again recognizing also that there are national differences as well. Inadequate data and forecasting infrastructure, and that's something we try to emphasize in the activities proposed in the framework as well, to try and improve that. Short-term funding cycles, I think we all suffer from being funded by project, which means that when the project ends, a lot of the times there's no long-term sustainability on how we continue pushing forward with these initiatives. So trying to not rely on these kind of very short cycles was recognized as a weakness. Implementation gaps, again, the mismatch between having very good policies and plans, but then the implementation not happening on the ground was also perceived as a weakness. Weak local capacity, and this links more with capacity building, skilled human resources, and underfunded local institutions, ineffective communication, fragmented policy implementation, infrastructure deficits. I know we could add much more to these, but again, we're trying to capture the key points here because otherwise, it will become a very big SWOT analysis and will defeat its purpose, I think. In terms of opportunities, again, this regional framework, I have to say that from the very beginning, the support has been very positive across the various consultations. Across the various consultations, the discussions, the interviews we did, the workshops, there was a recognized benefit of developing this regional framework, recognizing that it can help strengthen collaborations, it can help improve the delivery of service, it can help improve the use of that information to support decision-making on the ground. So this was really perceived as a very big opportunity for the region. Scaling up climate finance, Paulina's presentation yesterday on this. So there's a lot of different mechanisms out there that we could tap into to help support and fund some of these initiatives and activities we're proposing. The advance of technology, I mean, I mentioned the artificial intelligence, but there are other systems, other opportunities there that we can tap into as part of this framework as well. The cross-border governance, the transboundary issues as well, was also perceived as a necessity to be considered as part of this regional framework. You know, the recognition that a lot of the impacts are cross-border and they don't really follow administrative boundaries. So how do we deal with those kind of issues was also seen as an opportunity here to be taking advantage as part of this framework. Public and private partnerships, and then engagement and capacity building. In terms of threats, worsening of climate hazards, I mean, we just went through the climate projections and what's expected to happen in the region. So obviously, the increased frequency and magnitude on a lot of these hazards will have very severe impacts in the region if we don't do something about it. So obviously, this is a major threat to the region. Resource conflicts and climate-induced migration, again, comes back to the issue of conflict and security in terms of, threatened livelihoods impacted by climate-related hazards and extreme weather events, and the fact that, we have a lot of pastoralist communities in the region, we have a lot of farming communities as well that, sometimes are forced and displaced due to those events. So how do we manage that? Dependence on external donors as well. There was I think an appetite for, in the long term, become more sustainable as a region, be less dependent on others, in order to reduce the fragility and the dependency on external donors. I mean, we can use Trump as an example, right? And the impact that had in a lot of countries and the funding available. Political instability as well was considered a threat, not maybe something that the regional framework can deal with, but something we need to be aware of, that there might be situations where the regional framework needs to support particular member states, for example, in terms of when there are political instability in their countries. And then cross-sector shocks, and then misinformation and public mistrust. So I leave it there. I think that's it. This is the end of section 1, okay? But it's also the time for coffee. So what I suggest is have a think about this, what I presented there, have a look at the framework if you want to as well. Again, all the text is there. I've just run through the section 1. Let's go for coffee, and then we'll come back and discuss this, okay? Coffee's half an hour or 15 minutes? 20 minutes, okay. So if you could come back at 11:05, that will be great, okay? Thank you so much.
Fanya haraka bwana. Niko na vitu mingi kwa kichwa.
you are using is not as such polite for us, because as a government person, I don't like this word. It's like, for example, institutional and the government fragmentation. And it is not good like this is what, because we don't have any fragmented state, so this would make it polite. It is polite, and public type of words are essential in looking. My other question is that, I don't know who will answer for me. You mentioned AAC and IGAD member countries and ICPAC. There are three categorizations. So when I look at that, is it DRC is included in this document? Because in ICPAC mandate, DRC is not there, but in AAC, DRC is there also. So if this document is ICPAC document, because ICPAC has additional mandates than IGAD, you mentioned IGAD and AAC equally. But I don't think so, that because when I look at the member countries of IGAD and AAC, they have similarities. So, and ICPAC is an organization by IGAD, so why we not use the Great Horn of Africa countries is the best way to delineate the countries which are members of the IGAD, and as well as under the mandate of ICPAC, because ICPAC include 8 IGAD member countries, and Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. So if we use the title works not for AAC, but it works for ICPAC. So I prefer that you mentioned equally IGAD and AAC, something that one. So I don't know how the country PRs accept this one, because some of the countries like Ethiopia and like Ethiopia, Djibouti, Eritrea are not members of the AAC. So IGAD can cover all countries, but that is my question. So how the ICPAC team has considered it is an equal document of AAC and IGAD? That is my question.
Thank you, Isaias. I'll quickly respond because it might be easier. Is that okay? In terms of the forwards by IGAD and EAC, and the acknowledgements by the ICPAC director, I believe, but maybe Callistus can confirm, that the acknowledgements by the director of ICPAC was considered the best way forward, because there are official forwards by IGAD, of which ICPAC is part of, and EAC as the 2 forwards. So I think that's how we decided that it would be a good way of presenting it. But I don't know if you want to add anything, Callistus.
I think we need to draw a distinction. ICPAC has 2 major responsibilities. One is an IGAD institution, we know that. But this framework is being developed under IGAD as a regional climate center, WMO regional climate center. And as a regional climate center, it has a mandate through WMO to support both EAC and IGAD countries. Okay, that is why EAC is coming in, that is why IGAD is coming in. It's supposed to REX, and WMO is here. It has already clarified that. That position is already clarified. We are doing as an RTC. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, you were responding already in terms of the Congo situation, right? Yeah. In terms of the fragmentation you mentioned, Isaias, is that part of the SWOT table? Sorry.
Just in the introduction section, I found in page which mentioned the executive summary, because it is executive summary should be more of, you have to use formal and somewhat polite wording, is that one essential. And if you look going to other parts also, I said you can comment, but I didn't agree with what Wachana said, because in ICPAC mandate it is not said EAC. So that is what maybe the member countries maybe they can mention that one. So this type of wording should be corrected, make it polite words, and check the spellings also. In some places also it misses some alphabetical things. That is what I wanted to mention.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is what can be resolved by the steering committee, because we actually sought guidance from WMO. And you know, before, or WMO, the way they are operating, because the problem we have in Africa, it depends on where you come from. The categorization by African Union is different from maybe the way WMO has done. Eastern Africa, according to WMO, covers those countries which are being served by ICPAC. They have Eastern and Southern Africa, they have West Africa. If you go to African Union, the East Africa will be different. So to avoid this thing, can we say just the region covered under WMO RFCS? We avoid mentioning these others, EAC or IGAD. We say, because we are doing this at the WMO, we say, we explain the area covered by the WMO RFCS, so that we avoid.
Noted. Are you happy? Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you very much for giving us the basis for the regional framework for climate services. I came in at the tail end when you are looking at this. And there's one issue which I just wanted to share with us, not necessarily to the presenter, but to us in the room, regarding the threats, where we are looking at the increasing frequency and severity of the extremes, and we are looking at the water scarcity and excesses, adequately so. But when it comes to temperature, we are only laying emphasis on the heat waves. But experience in the region is pointing towards increasing frequency of frosting episodes that are impacting directly, especially the crop-based livelihoods. So is it possible then that we also could onboard the issue of frosting, which is a climate variability signal within the change that's being overlooked and yet impacting adversely on the crop-based systems? Remember, we looked at day one, experiences and reports about failed legumes, especially the bean crop was mentioned, which is highly sensitive to extreme low temperature regimes. So I think we need to begin putting up even the support science evidence around the trending, the manifestations of frosting. If that's well with us, then I think it will be good to also include in that pool of extremes that element, because it is unique for us, especially in the tropical region. There is the overall warming, but the microclimates are also expressing a cooling effect towards chilling. And I think we need to be alive to that reality. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good comment. I think we can incorporate that as part of the new section on climate impacted risks.
Great, thank you so much. For my take overall, I think this looks like a really great document. I guess just a minor comment. I saw at the beginning when you were going through some of the definitions, I noticed, for example, that the anticipatory action definition is a little bit inconsistent with what generally the global definition that most agencies have, who work in anticipatory action have agreed to. So I would just check probably across the board on all these definitions just to make sure that the definitions are in line with either regional or global definitions. And particularly on the anticipatory action one, I would be happy to share with you what some of the global definitions are, or we could check with the Regional Anticipatory Action Technical Working Group on what definition EGAD uses. But generally you see something about anticipatory actions happening before the impacts of a hazard, and that impacts piece isn't there. So then beyond just anticipatory action, it might just be worth looking at all the definitions to make sure that they're consistent with globally agreed definitions. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a really good point. We'll revise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha, for the excellent presentation. My comment is on the SWOT analysis. Can we see that slide?
Which of
the next one, the next one. Yeah, here. You said worsening climate hazards, you take it as a threat. But for me, I would take it as an opportunity, because as hazards increase, that will demand more services, like regional climate services. That's one. The other is, how about these days, there's a proliferation of climate service providers. There are several players with global level, regional, national. Many organizations claim that they are climate service providers. So is that not a threat for ICPAC? If we are not up to the task, we could become useless. So I would say that that should be included in the threats. Thank you.
So the existence of other climate service providers.
Even private sector.
I don't know. What do other colleagues think? Is that a threat?
What I know is that there is a emergence of some individuals and organizations issuing even climate information service.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I understand the point. I'm just wondering if it's too big of a threat to be considered as part of the SWOT analysis. But can do that.
Okay.
Any other comments? Oh, here and then Andrew, maybe.
Yeah, thank you, Martha. About 2 or 3. One is page 27, table 3. That would be, yeah.
27, you're ahead of us.
Oh.
You're already in section 2.
I'm section 2.
This is section 1. You're ahead of the game. But keep your questions for the next section. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My comment is on the climate effects on the pastoral communities in the IGAD region. I think in the morning, one of the presenters mentioned that we have over 500 million people in the 11 ESC countries. I want to believe about half of that, if not more, are pastoral communities. And with the effects of climate change, you find that droughts are becoming more frequent, and you find that some communities or families lose all the animals and they are left very desperate. So I would request that we give that kind of effect on these livestock producers more prominence, especially because of the loss of the water sources, loss of pastures and all that. And one of the effects of this is that you find that resource-based conflicts become more and more frequent because the communities start moving around. They start fighting over the mega resources with the other communities. So I would request that this kind of effect is given more prominence in this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
That's a very important point, actually. Oh, sorry, you were behind a comment.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Do you want to continue?
Yes, I also wanted to, just an observation, which to me looks like a threat. I don't know whether it's happening in the other countries in the region, but in Kenya, what we call the ASALs, the arid and semi-arid lands, they are expanding every day. Like in Kenya, we are talking about 23 arid counties. Now we are at 29, and we are threatening to go to 32. And this has implications on planning. And I remember we were trying to come up with the ASAL's Economic Development Master Plan, but we had to engage the services of the research people for the purpose of scoping And because later on we'll even be talking about financing, I don't know whether now in the region, now that we are talking about 70%, is there somebody who has done some research to see how much of that area, I don't know what that 70% was as per when, and what are we talking about as we are talking here today? What area under the IGAD region is now, we are referring as ASAS, because that is where our main focus is.
There is an answer here. Yes. Okay, researchers are in the house.
Question? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Francis Kea. When we talk about political trees, mine is just as one of the, from Kenya, let me say from Kenya. What we need to tell our governments also to set aside 1% from their budget so that they can bring stability. Let our government own the issue, own the space for the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I think there's a gentleman here who wants to comment.
Thank you very much, Martha. I would like just to say something about, the SWAT. Specifically, I would like to, to mention that ICPAC, in the case of Somalia, throughout the years, through CLIMSA and WISER projects, has helped Somalia in terms of capacity building, training, and also infrastructure. So, so that's a good thing that we are getting more support from there through the regional center or ICPAC. But, it's essential that National Meteorological and Hydrological Services are not the same level. And the priority are not the same. And it's essential in a SWAT that it has to be considered as a fact. And that needs, to be considered rather than, all med services are the same level or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. I agree with it, and yeah, I think that's something that needs to be recognized within the activities we're doing. I am closing for comments now, just because I'm conscious of time and we still have another 3 sections to do ideally before lunch. So if you have any other further comments or suggestions, please email Callistus here directly, and we'll work on it and we'll look at it. So I'll sorry for rushing this, but really good comments. I wrote some notes as well. So, but I just want to make sure that you look through all of the sections. So, Section 2 looks at the baseline assessment and the stakeholder consultations. I already explained a bit what was the process we took to develop the regional framework based on the consultations we did over the last few months. But we did receive some feedback on this. Not major, but just to let you know that we work on them and we added to the report. So really good comments in terms of, I had a diagram to this section, which we've done. We need more information on observations and monitoring as part of the work that ICPAC as an RCC delivers, changing figures and updating, this was another one, updating the ITRC role and responsibilities beyond agriculture sector, because there is a table where we describe the roles and responsibilities of key stakeholder organizations in the region. So these were again, there were other minor comments. You have the list of feedback. Please have a look at it. But I'll just take you quickly through the baseline assessment. Again, it's not, it's nothing new. I've explained most of this as well. So this diagram here is basically a different diagram to the one I showed this morning, where we just explain a bit more what we've done in each of these consultation steps. So have a look at that. So this was the diagram that was suggested, and we included it. Before it was just a table, and they thought that a diagram would be easier to the eye. The baseline capacity for regional climate services. So we introduced a bit of the history of ICPAC, and then the process of becoming an RCC, the responsibilities of ICPAC as an RCC in terms of the several mandatory functions. There's mandatory functions and optional functions according to WMO. So we then kind of so these are the optional functions. So this is just according to WMO guidance. We're not inventing anything here. We're just describing what WMO expects of ICPAC as an RCC in terms of delivering climate information, products and services, and then also other areas such as capacity building, research and development, coordination, and so on. We then do a synthesis diagram of some of the main climate products and services provided by ICPAC. We also received a couple of comments on this diagram, which we included. So it kind of shows the different types of products and also some of the user interface platforms such as the Drought Watch and the Agriculture Watch, which was mentioned yesterday, and the Hazards Watch as well. We then go into some of the key challenges. Sorry, I'm just trying to see some of the key challenges that ICPAC currently faces in terms of delivering in some of these functions. Again, this was based, a lot of this information was based on a very in-depth work done by a consultant as well, together with ICPAC, in terms of understanding what are some of these gaps and opportunities within ICPAC. So what I'm presenting now is based on that, and the references in the report as well. So we then go into the status of provision and gaps within ICPAC as an RCC, and these are presented based on the regional framework pillars that I presented earlier today, on observations and monitoring. And here we talk about both the status and the gaps. So it kind of gives you a bit of an understanding of where the RCC is in terms of these 5 strategic pillars. So research, modeling and prediction as well, climate service information system. So this is kind of the engine of producing the data and disseminating the data. And this obviously covers different timescales, from historical climatology down to long-term climate change projections. Then the user interface platforms. So what kind of mechanisms, platforms, being it in-person UIPs, such as the GACOF, or others like the East Hazards Africa Watch, which is an online platform, so a different type of UIP, but nonetheless it's an opportunity, a mechanism for engaging with users and sharing and disseminating knowledge. So the GACOF, there's a number of different UIPs that already exist, and that should be leveraged on when implementing the regional framework for climate services. There's no point, that was actually one of the points of a lot of the consultations we did. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. We already have a lot of systems in place, a lot of mechanisms. Let's improve those rather than developing new ones. So there's a lot of different UIPs there as well. You can have a look at it. They're all available online, and I provide the links to all of them, so you can have a look at them as well. And then the web-based platform. So as I said, there was 3. There's others being developed as well, which will come up, but they're not ready yet to be included here. And then the capacity building and the kind of the current provision and the gaps in terms of what the RCC needs to be doing. We then go into other regional stakeholders. Again, this is not a comprehensive assessment of all the existing stakeholders that exist in the region. That would take a very long time. We try to focus on those ones we were aware that already collaborate with ICPAC as an RCC or have a mandate, a role within the region, and make use of climate services to inform the decision-making processes. So these include IGAD, EAC divisions, United Nations agencies, humanitarian agencies, regional and transboundary organizations, research institutes, and national med services. Again, we appreciate that there is, it's not comprehensive, it's a starting point. There will be other institutions, other organizations that will come up and emerge as the regional framework is implemented. And again, they're not excluded to work within the framework with yourselves. It's more that this was a starting point to have an understanding of the landscape, the ecosystem of climate services in the region at the moment. this is not to say that others will not be able to be brought into the regional framework and collaborate with yourselves. So this provides a summary of the organizations we looked at in terms of the different IGAD divisions and centers of excellence and so on, responsibility, the main sectors they cover, collaborations and key opportunities. Again, this was based on a mix of review of documents and consultation through interviews and the workshop. So, you know, for example, in terms of the key opportunities, this was really based on the information collected during the consultations we did. So, again, there's many more in IGAD. There's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential in EAC as well. There's a lot of potential of involving others, but this was the kind of the starting point. We wanted to start from those that we know that already collaborate with ICPAC. And this kind of, therefore, the low-hanging fruit in terms of pushing forward with the framework. But it doesn't exclude involving others as we move forward implementing the framework. So EAC as well. United Nations agencies, again, we talked with the main ones, we didn't talk with everyone. UNDRR, UNICEF, so on. Humanitarian agencies as well, they have a key role within the region, as we know, particularly those operating at regional level. Regional transboundary organizations as well. Again, those that are already collaborating, have MOUs with ICPAC or are involved in ongoing collaborations. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to mention all of them, but there's big ones here as well. And then obviously the National Met Services. Again, we didn't describe each one individually. It was more as a group, which I appreciate doesn't capture all the intricacies and complexities and differences between the different National Met Services, but it was just a matter of, you know, bringing this in as an entry point within this table of organizations. And this was a figure as well that had a lot of discussion over the consultations. At the beginning, this was a much more populated diagram, and it included names of different specific institutions, but through consultation with colleagues and the workshops, it was, we thought it would be easier not to, you know, in terms of susceptibilities, in terms of including some organizations and not including others, we decided to just keep the typology quite general, just to not offend anyone. Key challenges and priorities, again, this was based on the consolidation of findings of all the different consultation workshops and work we've done with yourselves. So this was just consolidating key impacts and proposed solutions. And then it kind of ends up with key priorities for consideration. Again, this is all underpinned by the consultations. I've just kind of aggregated and cluster themes and topics here. So these are all here. I think this is the end, yes, of section 2. I'll leave it there for any questions or comments or feedback. But before we go into this, I just need to acknowledge as well. I was asked to acknowledge specifically the ICRA initiative for funding and supporting some of the activities for developing the regional framework for climate services, such as this workshop and the subsequent event that we'll have as part of this process. So a big thank you to ICRA initiative for helping fund this initiative and your participation here today. Thank you. So, questions, comments, section 2. Oh, yeah. Page 27, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's a typo. You look at table 3. I think you wanted to say produce early warning products or something, but then you'll need to check. And then also...
Table 3, but which area?
Table 3, page 27.
It's just the pages have changed and the tables as well. Which table? Is this the table?
Table 3.
Is this the table?
The one that has yeah, that's the one. So you can go to the conflict side, just scroll down. Or up, okay, go up then. Where do you have?
Are you, what, the IGAD?
IGAD, yes,
seawater?
exactly.
Yeah. Here, yes.
I think you wanted to say uses ICPAC seasonal forecast to assess potential conflicts using conflict data and to product something. I don't know. I think you need to check that. Since it's a big document, we need to look at all those details. There's also something similar to that on page 36, table 4. Maybe you can just take note. Page 36, table 4 is something.
It's just the tables have changed number?
Yeah, region, okay.
But I'll have a look.
Yeah, I think you wanted to say regional, but then you skipped something there. Again, it's an important document. You want
Here?
to... Yes.
Regional.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then, I don't know whether this part of section 2, I was part of this, but I don't know why it skipped me that we should have also considered COMESA. All these countries we're talking about, at least all, if not most of them, are under COMESA. And COMESA does a lot, you know, it's the biggest economic rec dealing in trade, but they also do strategic economic risk assessments regularly, strategic risk economic assessments. And I think the use of climate services would be a very important input into generating this document strategically. They produce it at a higher level, perhaps even at continental and at regional level. So maybe just thinking about seeing how to bring in onboarding COMESA, maybe not directly the way we are engaging EAC, but COMESA provides that level when we're talking about trade, we're talking about economy, and when you want to bring in the aspect of climate there, then probably you want to bring them on board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Andrew. I think that's a really good point. And COMESA was, it kind of was brought up at different points, but I think we were never sure, you know, like obviously the importance of COMESA is, you know, we know what it is, but how exactly they would fit into the regional framework. Maybe that's something that could be considered as we move along and implement the regional framework. I think it's not there yet, exactly how they would contribute in that collaboration, but that's maybe something we can mention as something to be considered as we implement the regional framework. Thank you. Other comments? Or can we move to section 3? Let me just make a note. Thank you. Again, if you remember any comments, any feedback on this section or other sections, please email Callistus, and we're obviously working together on this, so we'll look into that. Thank you so much. So I'll go back to my slides. Section 3. So this is the meaty bit of the regional framework. So this is the strategic framework. So this section is quite important because it sets out key components of the regional framework. So we'll go through each of those components. We start with the vision and missions and core values. Again, all of this was discussed through the consultation processes, and it's been, you know, we've been moving back and forth with text and words and things like that. And we'll then go into the governance structures, and then there's other elements to it. So this is where we start really refining very clearly what we mean by this document as a strategic framework. So, in terms of the vision, mission, and core values, and these are expected aspects based on WMO guidelines. So obviously, you know, if you have a strategic framework, you need a vision, you need a mission, and you need underpinning values that inform the whole implementation of the framework. So actually, on this, we didn't get many major comments in this last round. We got loads of comments and feedback in the previous consultations, but at this point, I think everyone is more or less happy with where we are. It would be good to see if you have any other suggestions to it. But there was only comments in terms of a few tweaks of specific words changing to help improve a bit the mission and the vision text. And then there's also suggested to describe figure 6 in section 3.1, which I'll show it to you. So in terms of the vision and the mission, these are the vision and the mission. These are the same as the document. I just put it here to be easier. So the vision of the framework is for a resilient and sustainable region able to anticipate and manage the risks and harness opportunities arising from climate variability and change. And there were quite a lot of discussions on this over the last few months. The mission then is how we get there, right? So how do we get to that vision? And it was agreed that this should be something along the lines of to foster a coordinated regional mechanism to delivery of actionable climate services that support informed decision-making, reduce climate risks, build resilient communities, and promote sustainable development in the Greater Horn of Africa. And I can see that greater is not spelled like that, but I'll change that. So these are the vision and the mission. Are there any immediate comments? Do you agree with this? Are we okay, comfortable with this text? There is a comment there by the professor. Thanks, Callistus.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Maybe on mine is on the vision. I think I'm not very comfortable with a resilient and sustainable region. The sustainable region there, to me, does not look very responsive. So probably it would be a resilient and that sustainable does not really make a lot of sense in terms of the region. How does the region become sustainable? So if you are looking at what will make it responsive to what? To the risks. So we are trying to create a framework that will create a region that is resilient, but that will also have the capacity to respond to the risks, and also will be able to harness now what you are promoting there as opportunities that arise from climate variability and change. So the word responsive to me would make a lot of sense in terms of probably being impactful. Because in terms of what we shall be proposing in the action plan, I come from government, so I know where it touches the government. If there is a lot of language that looks like it's more of just lobbying, more of, and governmental issues, where you don't touch the government, it will not see the sense in it. So it must be a framework that seems to be also facilitating what initiatives the government is also putting in place so as to address what impacts it has on the communities. So the word responsive to me somewhere, I wish you could be able to see how we presented the vision.
So
thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So you're suggesting to remove sustainable? So something along the lines of a resilient region able to anticipate, manage, and respond to the risks and harness opportunities arising from with that work?
Resilient region, that is okay, region, but sustainable, to me, it is not really addressing the region itself. Mm-hmm. What is this sustainable? Is it the region that is sustainable? I don't think it's the, maybe it's the framework that is more responsive to this framework. We are creating it so that it can be able to respond. Yeah. It is responsive because things will be changing every now and then. So is it responsive to the changing climate variability and the climate change? So that from there, you'll pick actionable areas and even allocate resources. You can even be able to now allocate who will be responsible for what. You can now tell, we can now tell governments what to do. Can they be able to allocate resources? Can we also pick? So even within the overall document, I've gone through it and I see it's good also to iron out. Let it be clear what will be the roles of the governments. That's where resources come from. What will be their specific roles? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We will incorporate it. Thank you. Any other comments? I'll give it to you, John.
Thank you. My name is Maren from ICRA. So on the mission, I'm assuming that the risks that we are talking about here, the climate risks, are exogenous. So if they are exogenous, that is the external, then perhaps reducing the climate risk should be rewarded to mean reducing the impact of the risks. But I guess because I'm just starting to get involved in the process, I had some colleagues involved earlier. So you might want to look at whether you're reducing the climate risks or you want to reduce the impacts, and that's why you need to provide this framework. And
so you're suggesting to include the word impacts as well?
Yeah. Because if you're assuming the risk is external, then
the impacts
you
are
don't,
internal.
you cannot do anything about it, but you want to make sure that you are reducing the impact they would have on livelihoods, on water, on different sectors by providing the information, and so you are helping the different stakeholders make informed decisions given the likely occurrence of the
Thank
risk.
you. That's a very good point. Thank you. Because it's not just the risks, right? There's also the impact side of thing. There's also a comment here and one there. I can give it. I'll give you a minute.
Shall I continue? Yeah, thank you very much. I think the vision is okay, but still we can improve. Can we make it brief? What I'm suggesting is that we can say with one breath, okay, if possible. So harnessing opportunities arising from, I think that phrase could move to the mission part. So the things that we are intending to do could be moved to the mission part, and we can make it brief as much as possible.
This was wildly discussed.
Doing.
We might not want to open that Pandora box.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. While I quite respect the views of the previous comments, because that's natural. This is a draft, and while we're working daily in different fields, like in climate experts and DRR, we have our own words, like you already shows those words. They are not necessarily wrong, and what we are saying, they are not necessarily also correct, but what we are trying to do here is that it's good to argue about this, so that we get at the end what we think is appropriate for this document. If I'm not the only one in the room, I would just give a tick to the vision and will give a tick also to the mission. That is fine. But it does not mean that the change of words will change the whole meaning. It's just a choice of word, what I see here. Because if you look at the key words here, right, starting from reduce climate risk, right, you go to the build resilience and communities, and promote sustainable development. All this means that's what you want, that's the mission. And usually the mission is longer than the vision, because you really need to include what you think that will make the mission more clearer. So, such that you are not alone in terms of whether this one can be approved as it is. I think I will side with the proponent of the vision and the mission. If it is kept like that, it will be more better than putting other words. Regarding responsive, the current trend in the world, we are trying to avoid the responsive. Yes? So the word sustainable, I think, in my opinion, means you are avoiding to say you wait until you respond. That's why we don't want to see the word responsive in a mission. We are shifting from response to actions and then early anticipated action. So maybe if I want to include something, where is the anticipated action here? Is there a room for anticipated action here? Yes, so that's what I would suggest. But otherwise, I could just give a green light to the vision and mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a really good point about the responsive word versus sustainable. I do agree that I think it's a terminology and an experience we have from our own backgrounds, right? I would agree with you. For me, responsive it's not, again, it depends on how you experience these words in our work related as well. The anticipatory action, we have the word anticipate there on purpose within the vision because of that, to recognize that we want to be ahead of the game. We don't want to be reactive, we want to be proactive. So, but in terms of the responsive versus sustainable, are there preferences? I think the professor there might resolve the issue.
Not really, but just shedding further light. When it comes to my colleagues' concerns about responses, the responses are already embedded in that vision through anticipation and management. You know, those are responses. We may not necessarily need to write the word responses there. I think they are well captured. The issue of resilience now is a password which we must be able to live with. The issue of sustainability is also a current password which we cannot omit. Perhaps what may be lacking here, to answer my brother's concern from governments, is the sustainable nature of development, which we may perhaps find a way of onboarding it as follows. We are dreaming, that's what the vision is. We are dreaming of a future where the IGAD region is going to be resilient and able to anticipate and manage climate risks for sustainable development, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Just another comment and then we'll move on to the core values because otherwise we will be quite late. Oh, there's one and there's another hand there, but then we'll close.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Richard Mwita, Kenya Meteorological Department. And I just wanted to suggest on the vision, since we know that the Regional Framework for Climate Services is a strategic document, which actually is supposed to provide the vision and the roadmap on how to actually deliver. So I was thinking we can talk about resilient and sustainable regional or climate services in the region that are able to anticipate all those other things you have talked about. Since the role here is about the climate services in the region, and therefore the vision should be to have it as a resilient and sustainable system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. I think the point of climate services is very important, but it was agreed that it would have come as part of the mission. So how do we get there rather than being the vision that we want to achieve? So it was, the climate services role is very important, but it was agreed that it would be part of how we get there. So as part of the mission rather than the vision. Thank you.
Yeah, so just, I think going back to the board, so the name is Eileen Chanji. Sorry, I work with the Alliance of Poverty International and SIAT. And maybe I'm just looking at it from a social science perspective. So sort of like, what do people understand? The words we have to keep, definitely. I have no problem with resilient, sustainable. But now when you talk about anticipate, actually you're predicting or you're expecting something to happen, but doesn't mean you respond to it. It's like I'm gender sensitive, so I'm sensitive to what would happen, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I respond to it. So I think the comment, we could change it whichever way we want, but I think the comment is sort of like saying, we know it would happen or we have an idea because of the predictions we've done, but also it might be important in the mission, or I mean, it could come down to the vision as well as how do we respond to it? Because responding, I think, is key. If we don't respond, then we're not moving the notch, to the next level. Thanks.
Thank you for your point. That's where the word manage comes afterwards. So it's anticipating, but also managing that. And that, I mean, management in this context was perceived as, how we respond to it. So that's where we saw it coming. But anyway, if you have any other comments, I mean, we're just conscious of time. please forward the comments to Callistus, and after the other discussions in the afternoon, we can come back to this and pick up some of these comments as well. I'm just conscious because the core values come after, and there's been a lot of discussions around this as well. So I want to give enough time for you to look at it. So we started with a few of these core values. By the way, these core values are a mix of some of the core values by both IGAD and EAC as well. So they're kind of, we did a triangulation initially on how, where do we want it to latch these core values. So we looked at the key documents, IGAD and EAC strategies, and we come up with this. Obviously, then we add a few others that are specific to this framework and the aspects of climate services as well. So coordination and collaboration, that's a key one. I mean, that's the pure nature of the framework and what we're trying to do here. Being user-driven, so obviously informed by the needs of the users in terms of climate services. Being evidence-based, so being underpinned by current knowledge, scientific capacity, and so on, and innovation as well. That was another one, important one. Sustainability, again, this speaks to delivery of relevant services, but also the long-term sustainability of this provision over time. Transparency and accountability as well. Obviously, I mean, these are, this is a core value based on fairness, trust, and actionable services, responsive to key users' needs. Integrity as well, that was one that was added after the workshop in Kampala. So how, acting with honesty and integrity as we implementing the regional framework. Gender equality and social inclusion, that's a big core value within the framework, and it's going to implement through different things, which we'll go in more detail next. And then reflexive and adaptive. So how can the framework allows this reflection, learning as we go along, not being static, being responsive as well, and adaptive to new needs and new issues as they emerge, so that the framework remains effective through time. So these are the 8 core values. There was a lot of discussion around this. If there are any burning comments or feedback on this, please let us know. Otherwise, you can send us later on. There's one comment here.
Good afternoon, everybody. For the last 3 days we are here. This is my first comment. And I'm wondering, we are talking of sustainability and resilience. And we are referring here transparency, accountability, integrity. My big question here is to awaken the participants and the listeners of this workshop. Very interestingly, I attend a lot of workshops worldwide. In the European and Western and most of the Asian countries, their projects, they don't put that point where I remember in your, if I refer back to the SWOT analysis, the point where it says the weakness, it included a point that says, one of the obstacles or problems that will hinder this project will be, one of the weaknesses will be dependency on external donors funding. Why all these other, they don't include this point. They don't worry about dependency on external funding. They don't include that. They self-fund. What happens to Africa? You listeners, all these guys and all this listening, our leaders, ministers, project leaders, presidents, prime ministers, all of these leaders, worldwide they have all these African countries, including the East Africa, IGAD countries, they have big properties and houses and hotels. They enrich their families and themselves. And always we include, they always travel around to satisfy this point of the weakness, dependency on external donors. They keep traveling to Europe and America and they keep begging after 65 years of independence. They still begging for money. And then when you talk about this dependency and external donors dependency, we are missing here these 3 points of accountability, transparency, and integrity. If we are missing these 3 points, what kind of project we are talking about? Always begging after 64 years of independence. Shame. Shame on Africa. Shame on our country's leaders. Everywhere I go, Turkey, I go travel, I go to Emirates, I see their big houses in Ankara, Istanbul, Nairobi, here and there, in America, everywhere I go. I see the stolen money. If you go upstairs now in this hotel, you go and see the skyscrapers and the long, tall buildings are owned. If you go to Mogadishu, Somalia, Addis Ababa, here and there, Kampala, everywhere you go, in IGAD, in Africa, the major buildings are owned by the leaders with the stolen money and budgets. And you are talking about integrity and accountability here. And always we include in our project proposals the weakness of, when you are doing the SWOT analysis, or you are talking about the strength and weakness and opportunities and whatever, you always include this weakness, dependency on external donors. Just to keep begging after 64 years. Let's go to the State House and call off all our leaders and tell them our concern. I'm from Somalia. My name is Professor Hussein Iman. I'm representing here in this session by the civil society from Somalia. But it doesn't mean that I have not been in the government. I've served severally in the federal parliament. I have worked for UN and international organizations for more than 30 years. But I know, we keep repeating this dependency on external donors. This is shame. Let's talk to our leaders and omit this from our project proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I think we all share a lot of your frustrations, and yeah, I think it's a challenge, not only in the region. And to be fair, not Thank you. Do you want to say anything? No.
It's noted.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Thank you. Any other comments on the core values, or can we proceed? Can't see very well. There's a lady here.
Thank you so much. I was drawn to that core value number 2 on user-driven and the weakness that was also noted about information not being in the form that reaches the end users in a better way. So I don't know how we can tie the two so that we don't look like we are presenting as a weakness and it's also a core value. How would you want to marry the same? Yeah.
So are you suggesting specific change, or?
how we can, our desire is to have the information to be as user-friendly as possible, but see now how to address that at the weakness level, because we look like we are double speaking. It's a weakness and we also a co-filer. Yeah.
Thank you. Good. So we'll proceed. The next section is on the governance structure. So how are we planning to implement and govern the implementation of the regional framework? Obviously, we need, layers of governing structure that allow us to, operationalize and implement the governing of the framework. So we got a few more comments on this. And I can go through the comments quickly, but there were comments that didn't agree with the proposed governance. I should say as well that this discussion around how to structure this governing, of the regional framework, I think it was the point that it was mostly discussed throughout the various workshops. There were numerous iterations of the diagram that I'm about to show you. And I think ICPAC colleagues can vouch for me when I say it was extensive, combinations of different schemes that we did. Anyway, the colleague here suggested a different configuration, and the response was that, what we reach out was based on consensus and was based on extensive consultation, and given the stage of the process where we're at now, we didn't feel it was appropriate to change it at this point without further consultations with everyone. So that would be opening up this process again to another, few rounds of consultation. And, we're running out of time in terms of developing this framework. So we thought that it was the only one actually not agreeing with the governance structure. The other comment was about in terms of the governance framework, was the lack of representation from local communities, indigenous groups, grassroots organizations, and so on, and the decision-making bodies of the governance structure. And the response was, this is a strategic regional framework at that regional level, and obviously there are different steps in what we call the value chain, right, in terms of the provision of the services, the use of those services by regional organizations, and then reaching out others at national and local level. So it was felt that, it was maybe not appropriate to have it in representing here in terms of decision-making bodies, but that they would be involved through other forms of, in terms of the technical working groups and the user interface platforms, that those specific groups at the more local level could have their voices heard at that level. I'm now realizing as well, I should have started with showing you the diagram and then explaining this, but apologies, I'll show it in a bit. There was also another comment that IDRC, which is an IGAD division, that should be part of the Interreg steering committee as it cuts across different sectors, actually across all the key sectors in the governance. So it was agreed to include the coordinator of IDRC as part of the Interreg steering committee. Oh, sorry. Then there was a comment about the priority sectors. There were 7 priority sectors identified. Again, I'll go through those in a bit. But the point that was made is that the GFCS and a lot of the national frameworks that already exist in the region only cover the 5 GFCS priority sectors. So they were questioning why we included 7 rather than the 5. The issue is that this is where we start tweaking and adapting the framework depending on the needs of the region. The 2 additional key priority sectors that were added to the framework were peace and security, and there was already a lot of comments on the issue of displacement, conflict, and all of that, which is a key area, a key priority sector and area of concern within the region, as we know, and also the environment. The fact that climate services can support a lot of the well, the protection of the environment, and environment being a very wide sector, ranging from biodiversity to air quality to a number of other aspects that should be blue economy as well, that should be included there. So these are the two key additional priority sectors. But again, these were agreed based on consultations. I didn't suggest them. I just brought the information together, and it was agreed during the workshops. So there is a rationale for including these priority sectors in Table 5 of the document. I'm going backwards. Oh, sorry. There was also a point as well of education as a key sector. And it was felt that education, I mean, obviously education is key. It has a huge role in the region, but within the context landscape of climate services and what we're trying to do here, it was felt that education at the strategic regional level was not a key priority sector. It doesn't mean it doesn't have a role and it is not important, but within the specific characteristics of this regional framework and what we tried to do, it was felt that we already have 7 key priority sectors and we need to deliver across all of them. So we had to make choices. There was also felt as well that education as a key priority sector might be more relevant at the national level in the context of National Framework for Climate Services, because that's where a lot of the on-the-ground work can happen. And then one of the final comments, there's others, but have a look, and the document I shared is that we didn't highlight the private sector as an enabler or partner, which it's a very good point, and we added it to the description. Before this, maybe I'll go into how should we do this? Maybe I'll go into, before we go into this, I'll go into the document and I'll take you through at least to finish discussing this before lunch, and then we can. So the section 3, this is the document, the framework. The first section, we didn't get any responses or feedback. It was just about, what I already explained this morning, the functions and objectives of the regional framework, what it's trying to do in the region, the 3 objectives that I explained as well. This was the figure that a colleague suggested we should include a description, and I included there. This is the figure I explained this morning as well. The vision, mission, and core values, through those, and that's fine. We collected comments. If there are other further comments, let us know. Send an email to Callistus. This is the governance structure. So this is sorry, just trying to fit it all in the. So this is what's being proposed. This is what's been most discussed over the last few months. These are the various levels of what's being proposed on how we govern the regional framework. At the top level, we have the Interreg Policy Committee on Climate Services, and I'll go through each of these in the following slides, pages. Below that, we have the Interreg Steering Committee on Climate Services, so linking more with the technical side of it. There's a secretariat based at ICPAC as the RCC to support the development and implementation of the framework. We then link with the more technical work, so with a cross-sectoral technical group that oversees the work in the 7 priority sectors. Sorry, I should have. Does this work? Each of those bubbles, no, it doesn't work. Each of these are the RFCS strategic pillars. So these are based on the WMO guidance of what the regional framework should be delivering on. So the way to read this is that there are priority sectors, climate sensitive sectors, and in here is not just about, it involves all of us. It involves different organizations across the region. It's not just about the RCC and delivering information. It's about how we can use that information and produce it into knowledge that informs decision-making processes on the ground. So it was decided that these are the priority sectors. There's a justification in the document of why each of these priority sectors are key in the region, and they interact with each of the strategic pillars within the regional framework. Each of these pillars deliver on particular areas. So, for example, the building capacity pillar kind of delivers on the needs and the training capacity needs of each of those priority sectors. I should say as well that this will become clearer when we explain the various strategic objectives and the activities that were developed to deliver across these various strategic pillars. And then at the bottom, but this is not a depreciative aspect. It's just at the bottom in terms of the linkages between the regional level that has been done in terms of the sectors, in terms of the regional strategic pillars and all that, comes the National Met Services. Particularly the focus is on supporting the National Framework for Climate Services, which interact with all of these pillars as well, and how the framework can better support that. And then on the side external to the framework, but very important in terms of enabling the action of the framework, are the I think it's okay, thank you. Are the enablers, so donors coming back to the funding aspects, the UN agencies, humanitarian agencies, and so on. Keeping in mind that some of these enabler organizations are also expected to be part of the framework, so they have dual roles in some cases, right? Some are more on terms of funding and advisory role, others are more on the technical aspects of how to develop and improve climate services that respond to the needs of the various sectors. Are there immediate questions, or should I go through each? Maybe I'll go through each of the various committees and all of that, and I'll explain what we're proposing that each of them will be delivering. I think might be easier because otherwise it might raise questions. So the Interact Committee on Climate Services, which is the top one, so the high-level one.
There's a question. Allow me, moderator, to go back one step to the core values. And I'm looking at the last one, which reads reflexive and adaptive. Doesn't sit very well with me for a reason which I can't put my finger on. But I think the main thing here is that we want to learn as we move along. I think learning should come as one of the core values. And then to transform. We want our region to transform from a situation where we are reacting to hazards to a situation where we are anticipating them and taking action. So I propose that we work on this one here to reflect learning and transformation, and then you can do the explanation afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The last one, the reflexive and adaptive, does bring up the issue of learning, because it is important. I mean, we need to reflect and adapt as we go along, and that's pursued through learning, right? So I think that's already captured there. In terms of the transformation, I suppose we could potentially include it there. There was another point there, but I failed to remember now, but let me just make a note.
Dr. Marta, I want to add that one. You mentioned that there are two committees, like the policy committee and the steering committee. What is the difference between this one? Like having these two committees, is it essential? That is one of my questions. The second is priority sectors, because as the Horn of Africa is more of, we have, especially in the eastern parts of the IGAD member countries, there are places like livestock dominant areas. So why you remove as a priority sector, like you mix agriculture, that more of, we say, crop, agriculture and food security, it is common, but you removed the livestock part and you put it inside. I think when I read it in the down, in the agriculture sector. So instead of having energy, I think it is a climate part. So it is better to have livestock, considering the pasture as biggest users of this part. So I think having livestock is essential, because as implementing organization, you mentioned ICPAL and other organizations in the livestock sector, especially who are treating the pastoralist community. So why you removed and bind inside the agriculture and food security? And the other thing is that when you mention this, the IRPCC, it's the executive secretary is from IGAD, but there are some hierarchical differences between, like the ECPAC director and the planning director also mentioned inside the list of the RC composed of. So that how you want to treat, like from someone from IGAD and ECPAC to be members, both to be members of these committees also. That is my question. And some of them, some of parts, like you said, production, it is better to write it in crop production as well. So that is one of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Isaias. I'll try and remember all your questions. So in terms of the priority sectors, we didn't scrap livestock. We just integrated it into agriculture and food security, because there's only so many priority sectors we can do. So we included that, and it involves the whole production chain and the different areas within, agriculture as a kind of a wide concept. Includes fisheries as well, and other areas, and trade. So it is there. It's just part of this bigger priority sector. In terms of the differences between the two committees, I was going to explain that, so bear with me. And I don't remember the third question.
That is my suggestion, that agriculture can take it livestock inside, but as we wanted to treat mostly the eastern part of, like, take it Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, and northeastern part of Somalia, Kenya also are more pastoralists. Treating the livestock as one sector is essential in this parts. Also, IGAD has prioritized and established ICPAL as one institute. So consider removing the livestock and embedding inside the agriculture is not as such. It doesn't give me value, because you put energy as one sector. But if you look at the NFSS of the countries, I didn't find energy as one area of intervention. So instead of having energy as a sector, it is better to have livestock as a sector. And I consider that having two committees instead of the steering committee and the policy committee, I think that is, I think having many committees is not, it is one of the bottleneck of implementation. So I prefer to have steering committee instead of having that, and you can mix and you can embed all the mandate and responsibilities together.
Thank you. So you're suggesting it's best to have one committee rather than two? Yeah. But there are differences between the two, so.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am Seda Absai from Kenya Meteorological Department. My comment is on first of all, on 3.31, the Inter-REC Policy Committee on Climate Services. I think the fourth bullet needs to be corrected. That's number one. Then number two, I think this framework is supposed to bridge the gap in climate services in the region. We know that we have been doing a lot in terms of ensuring that impacts of climate change are embedded in our policies. And I think where we are lagging behind as a region is that climate service is not promoted with the kind of agitations which are in other climate change initiatives across the region. And this can only be done if the governments
the policy makes the governments understand that as they strengthen other strategies, they should also strengthen climate services along with those. And even for countries which have implemented the National Framework for Climate Services, they are still lacking in terms of policy alignment and funding for the implementation of those national frameworks. And I thought that this regional strategy would help enhance that. And that's why climate services should be the centrality of this framework, such that we look at the 5 pillars of climate services, we look where they are in each and every country, see the gap, and say that in this document, this is going to be our priority area. If it is observation and monitoring, this is going to be our priority area. In Somalia, how can we improve the observation network? How can we help countries understand within the region how this can be improved? Then we have what we call the essential climate variables, which is supposed to be done to support climate change. Where are we, except for climate services, the ones we use for prediction? In terms of observations in marine and the rest, we are poor. How can this framework support countries to develop marine observation systems and the rest? Observations within the lake, in flooded areas and the rest. And I think with this, we'll also identify each and every sector, whether it is energy, agriculture, education, what are the gaps and what are our priority areas in terms of agriculture, what are we going to do? Is it about UIP? Is it about the customization of the climate information or what? And I think with that we would be in a better place. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I think some of your concerns are captured in the activities proposed. So I suggest we move along and we go through these different proposed committees and levels of governance. So the Interact Policy Committee on Climate Services has the overarching overview, strategic support. What? Oh, sorry. Yes. So the Interact, the highest level of governance, will provide overall policy and strategic direction, oversight, alignment, advocate for the regional framework in the region, etc. So the composition of this would be 2 co-chairs, one from each, the REX, Executive Secretary from IGAD, Secretary General from EAC, and then the committee would be constituted by IGAD Director of Planning and Partnerships, EAC equivalent Director of Planning and Partnerships, and these positions were seen as strategic positions to open up to other networks, to other partnerships that are ongoing that can help, support the implementation of the regional framework. Director of ICPAC, representative of meteorology in the EAC, the Secretariat Coordinator, so this is the Secretariat unit that will help with implementation and the day-to-day coordination of the framework. The representative of the AUC, representative of WMO Africa region, so at regional level, representative of ACMAD, representative from the UN organizations for each of the relevant RFCS pillars. This committee will also be responsible, and this was a comment made as well, in terms of how do we resolve disputes, conflicts, such as, for example, the inclusion of Congo as a country. So any kind of conflicts or disputes that happen within the framework will be resolved, will be escalated and then resolved at this level, at the Interact Policy Committee level. The second level, so the difference between the two, and this responding to Isaiah's comment, the Interact Steering Committee on Climate Services will oversee the technical implementation. So one is political, is policy-led, the other one is technical. So there needs to be a transition between the two because there are differences in terms of that. So this will be more about alignment with key priorities, making sure that the technical cross-sectoral group, which comes underneath, are keeping in line with the key priorities for the region. So they still have that strategic vision, but at the technical level. It's very different from a political vision, okay? So this is why the difference here. So it provides strategic and technical advice to the Secretariat and the technical cross-sectoral group. It's missing 2 words here, which I'll make a note, in terms of the implementation of the activities. Okay, so this is where we start getting into the more technical people within the various organizations. So ICPAC director also makes the link between the Interreg policy committee and this more technical steering committee. The directors of national met services in the region, so all member states represented as well. EAC director of infrastructure, IGA director of environment and agriculture, meteorology representative in the EAC, coordinator of IRFC, representative of WMO at the sub-regional office. So this is where you start focusing more on the technical aspects, the day-to-day, priorities and projects and initiatives ongoing. Co-chairs of the RFCS from the cross-sectoral technical group. So this is what comes underneath. And then representatives from the RFCS priority sectors from ICPAC as an RCC. So I need to, sorry, not ICPAC, sorry, the priority sectors representatives. So this is the main difference between the 2 steering committees. And it was, again, this was widely discussed, who needs to be in, what kind of roles and responsibilities, and so on. The Secretariat runs the implementation of the framework. They'll be based at ICPAC as the RCC. They'll be coordinating the implementation across the various components, the committees, the cross-sectoral technical groups. So they'll make the link in terms of the day-to-day logistical administrative activities and the coordination as well. Also the coordination of the regional UIPs, as if you remember, we have quite a few UIPs already present that we want to leverage on. The Secretariat also supports directly the steering committee in terms of the technical aspects as well, and so on and so forth, kind of day-to-day activities. So it will be composed by a coordinator, an administrative, a communication expert, and a monitoring, evaluation, and learning expert as well. And these are not all roles full-time. We'll explain that in the session in the afternoon, but just saying that we'll have people responsible for these areas. It is also expected that a gender equality and social inclusion expert will be hired as well to help develop the GESI strategy for integration and mainstreaming of these kind of dimensions across relevant areas in the regional framework. The cross-sectoral technical group, this is the link between the more technical, political, and the more kind of day-to-day work within the priority sectors. This group advises the Interreg Steering Committee on current and emerging climate and early warning actions. So it learns, it passes through the technical working groups working underneath them up to the higher levels. And it provides strategic oversight, but more in terms of the groups that work underneath them. Cross-sectoral, cross-cutting issues. There's a lot of cross-cutting issues, not only in terms of sectors and the work done there, but also in terms of cross-boundary issues and so on. So it was deemed important to have this cross-sectoral technical group that kind of brings the learnings from the various technical working groups and UIPs up to the higher strategic levels. Provide technical support on the co-production of climate services, early warning advisories, coordinates data and modeling activities, act as a platform. So there's a lot of there. Please have a look and let me know. This cross-sectoral working group is supposed to have 2 co-chairs, which needs to be decided who they would be, and I think that could be agreed within the group. The RFCS Secretariat Coordinator, so they make the link, the coordinator makes the link between the Secretariat and this group and the high levels and low levels. ICPAC Pillars Experts, so ICPAC also have experts that are responsible and experts in each of the strategic pillars of the RFCS. 1 ICPAC sector representative for each UIP or TWGs, and I'll explain the difference here. 1 sectoral representative for each UIP TWG, 1 ICPAC representative for the national met services, because there's also a UIP set up with the national met services as well, so which covers different areas as well, different technical areas, and then 1 national met service for that working group. terms of the priority sectors, again, these are 7 at the moment. They are all justified. There's a rationale there for these and why they were considered key important areas in the region. Doesn't mean there aren't others. Doesn't mean that we couldn't rearrange this in other ways. But we're also trying to streamline a bit the amount of priority sectors we have. Otherwise, the bigger it is, the harder it is to manage this framework. The priority sectors will be pursued and implemented through either existing user interface platforms, because there are already user interface platforms that cover some of these priority sectors, or through technical working groups created for that purpose. So this is part of the first year of the regional framework. It's expected there as part of the activities that we'll explain later today. These UIPs, TWGs, will be responsible for the ongoing activities under each of the priority sectors, from advising the Interact Steering Committee on current emerging climate and early warning systems issues, provide strategic oversight, direction and advice on cross-sectoral, cross-cutting issues. Actually, this might be, there might be a typo here, actually. Yes, sorry, apologies. I just realized that this text is not correct. I need to adapt it. Apologies. But this to say that the responsibilities of the UIPs and technical working groups will be the day-to-day management of co-developing the services, bringing together the different stakeholders within the region, the different organizations, with representatives from the key organizations operating in these priority sectors across the two RECs, ICPAC and other organizations represented, and they do the day-to-day activities, focusing on the priorities for each of the sectors, focusing on particular areas of work that they need to develop, particular services that they need to develop to address the needs at regional level, and so on and so forth. But bear with me, because this text is wrong, and I don't know what happened here, but I'll correct it as soon as. Each of these groups will be constituted by a sector head, ICPAC sector head. ICPAC also has experts that are representative for each of these priority sectors, so they'll be making the link as well between the needs and priorities of the sector with the more technical colleagues within ICPAC as well. IGAD and EAC related divisions, so a lot of the divisions and departments within IGAD and EAC already covered a lot of these and focus in a lot of these priority sectors. And again, all the other players that are deemed important in terms of international humanitarian development agencies, UN agencies, regional organizations, and research institutions. So this is where really, it makes the link between the technical work provided by ICPAC and the kind of how that then needs to be developed, improved, enhanced to feed the needs of each of the priority sectors. Okay? In terms of, I'm almost finishing, and then we can maybe open up before we go for lunch. The National Met Services, again, and the reason why it appears as the national frameworks is because that's the main entry point through which this regional framework is expected to support the National Met Services. Having said that, the National Framework for Climate Services covers all of the strategic pillars expected according to WMO. So it covers all of the areas that the National Met Services will need to deliver on in terms of at national level. So, excuse me, there is already a UIP that has been developed between ICPAC and all the National Met Services across the 11 member states for a lot of the technical work, and that could be an entry point as well. But this group will be composed by the national focal points for each of the member states or appointed representatives. And then the equivalent ICPAC strategic pillars experts, so they can bring together, support in terms of developing the national frameworks across the different areas of expertise. And finally, last but not least, of course, the enablers, the regional international organizations and initiatives, programs that enable and support and influence the implementation of the regional framework through financial support, but also capacity building, advocacy, and these, include a range of organizations that we're all very aware of. including the private sector. I think the private sector was one that was highlighted multiple times in terms of, we need to find ways in which we bring the private sector to help support and implement and fund some of the activities we want to deliver. I'll close it there. Maybe a quick round of questions before we go for lunch. There's a question there.
Okay, we are receiving questions. Do you have another mic? Ms. Linda?
Okay, thank you. My name is Frederick Etemesi from Kenya Met Department. I was looking at the priority areas, and I was wondering whether transport and infrastructure is not one of the key sector to be considered. Thanks.
Good.
Hi, my name is Linda. I just have maybe one question and one comment. So you did mention somewhere about policy committee on climate services. So I was wondering, as part of the SWOT analysis that you did share on the opportunities for the youth, is it possible to include policy? Because what was there was only science and possibly enhancement of local solutions. So I'd advocate for policy too, because there's need for capacity building in that area. And then there's this document that you did share, a diagram. It was, I think, the second document. And, well, I don't know if what was shared was more of the primary sectors or maybe the secondary ones, because I feel as part of the ecosystem, maybe communications or other media is missing as part of the ecosystem. So I don't know what was shared, if it was more of primary or both primary and secondary.
And in relation to the priority sectors, you mean?
Yes, well, it was more of it was something on ecosystem, but I'd be glad to share maybe after this session.
Yeah, no, that would be great. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Marta, you mentioned research in one place, research institute, but I didn't found in on the pillars and other parts. But considering, because this framework should promote research activities, but you mentioned on one place only as research institute, but maybe I tried to search in the activities also, because in a strengthening component, if we look the role of research, if you don't do that things, putting it here is not essential for research institute among, and considering which research institutes, because I think there is the regional the regional research which is found in Uganda maybe can be part of that. We are mentioning some of the research institutes is essential, because if we put it like research institute, maybe we consider national research institute, but I think Asarika can be part, maybe you can mention Asarika can be part of this one, because it is working in this area.
Thank you. That's a good point. Actually, there was also a lot of discussion of should we include names of organizations or not. We decided not, because it was felt that if we include some, we will definitely exclude others, and we didn't want to do that. So we purposely didn't include. Initially, they were named. In terms of the national research institutions, they are welcome, providing their focus is at regional level. That's I think the entry point in terms of the research activities and stuff. I mean, providing they can contribute to these discussions and the enhancement, development of climate services at a regional interest, let's say, rather than just focusing on the country. I think, yes, that would be welcome. But that will be part of the agreement between the technical working groups, who's involved, who's not involved, according to the priority areas of work.
But you have to mention some research in this big research institute which is working across the member country, because it is, I agree with you that mentioning the country research centers, because they are mandated for their country. But for example, I mentioned in agriculture, Asarika is there in Uganda, so you can mention such research center which are working among the member countries. So I think searching for research institute who are working among these member countries, the 11 countries, can be mentioned in that one.
Yeah.
Like you can mention also the CG groups, also the CGR groups that are
It is
working on.
mentioned. It is mentioned already. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yes. Thank you. There's a comment here.
So just moving to 3.33, there's a comment under there that says it's also envisaged that the gender equality and social inclusion expert will be hired for a determined period of time. So I think everything we're doing, there's a level of inclusivity, diversity, which I feel like gender and social inclusion expert has to be there. Now, whether there isn't any person and it's going to be hired later, I think should be like a note, sort of like under somewhere, but not having the gender expert in that list. I think it's important to have that there, and not just like we're going to get someone.
Okay.
And then when you go to the table below, I think where you have the SDGs, sorry. I was thinking of the priority areas that we had mentioned already that we're going to be focusing on. And if we build that in relation to that, then we probably have more of the SDGs compared to what we've actually indicated. So just maybe having a relook at that, we can actually see more coming up. But I can do an email later on that.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. There's a comment here. Wait.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at the very last section that we focused on, 337, the NIBRAS. I think it should read better if we put it as the NIBRAS are composed of, not by.
Sorry, which point is
it's
that?
It's a typo. 337, the NIBRAS.
337?
Yeah.
Whereabouts, sorry? Oh, I can't see anything.
You have found it? Okay. I think it should read better if we put it, the NIBRAS are composed of.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, the regional, international, and all that. And then at the end of that sentence, I think it should read better also if we put capacity building and advocacy, then full stop. Because the other one starts with a capital T. That full stop there is missing. And at the end. No, not at the end. Between capacity building and advocacy. Found it?
Here, you mean?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to comment on the issue of research. At ICPAC, we have a regional research network that comprises national and regional institutions, including universities and agricultural research institutions. And we went even one step further to identify thematic areas for research. Which areas are we focusing as in the interest of the IGAD region's actual knowledge and needs of evidence-based intervention? We have even had identified 3 major thematic areas, and it involves about 15 institutions from across the region. That's agricultural research institutions, universities, and research centers. That even further went one step ahead, and we went to the extent of developing a master proposal for research in the IGAD region regarding transboundary pests, where the major threats are identified and prioritized sequentially. And one of the research has even been concluded recently on the Quelea bird research. So there is some progress made. So we have to take it from there and build it further. We have even defined research areas like natural resource management, resilience measurement and analysis, transboundary pests. So we have this kind of thematic identifications that went one step further. So we have to consider that to take that into account. Thank you.
Can you just clarify the name of the research group?
IGAD Region Resilience Research Network.
IGAD Region what, sorry?
Resilience Research, Drylands Resilience Research Network.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe a couple of questions and then we'll break for a lunch, because we're getting into the... There's a gentleman there.
Thank you very much.
for that presentation. Mine is on the sectors, key sectors. I feel like aviation sector is also key. However much we're really not putting a lot of consideration to it, but there is a whole Annex 3, which spells out aeronautical, meteorological services, and air navigation. I feel like it is somewhere where we also need the regional coordination. Thank you.
Thank you for your point. I'll make a note of that. A final comment, and then we'll break for lunch. This gentleman there.
Thank you very much. I have some comments I wanted to raise. Apology if I didn't get the time frame for our framework. Because
it's 5 years, 2026 to 2030.
It's important that when you want to review and accommodate emerging needs as they emerge in future. Also, I echo the sentiment of the livestock sector and the pastoralism. Some members, this is a big sector, so it could be swallowed in agriculture. So maybe it's good to consider among the proud sectors. And also, I wanted to check on the management of the framework that we mentioned that it will be managed by ICPAC, but with the ongoing mandates of ICPAC, I'm not sure how is it going to be handled among the existing mandates of ICPAC. Is it going to be a recruitment to implement the framework? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I got it.
Oh.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Callistus, for your coordination. This is not a question, it's a comment. I think we need to think of how this regional climate framework will improve the delivery of early warnings to the communities who are at risk, particularly those who are living in rural and pastoral areas, where access of climate information is very limited. So we need to think of this regional climate outlook forum, how it will deliver that message to the people who are living in rural and pastoral areas. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think I need to respond on this livestock. One, according to WMO guidelines, agriculture includes also livestock. And those who are in school, when you are there, agriculture was both crop and animal husbandry. So the best thing maybe is to say agriculture, livestock, if they want it to be there. But really, livestock is part of agriculture, and it will be considered a subsector. On energy, WMO already recognizes energy as a sector. And us in ICPAC, we are combining water and energy, but they said we are concentrating more on hydro power, but there's other forms of energy. So that's why energy is separated in this framework. Areas can be specific, you can add more sectors, but there's no need of splitting the sector into two. But if you find you can add another one, which is specific, a priority for a region, it can be added. But there's no need of splitting a sector into two sectors. Otherwise, these are guidelines from WMO, and those who are in school a long time ago, also agriculture included, livestock.
Thank you. I think, should we break for lunch now, and then...
Okay. Yeah, good morning. My name is Gongang from the Stockholm Environment Institute. I have a quick comment to make on the sector, mostly focus on the environment, because when we were doing the reviewing of the document, we had a couple of suggestions just around the air pollution, because air pollution somehow can be considered as a cost-cutting issue, but I think for the sake of governance, it could be good to have air pollution as part of the environment, so that, as already we have discussion around climate change, around biodiversity and blue economy, we can have then air pollution as a standalone pillar within the environment, so that you are able to, to have some clear indicator in terms of how, being a pillar within the environment, countries can, because ACI within, with UNEP is quite willing to see how it can support, country within the region to update their national framework and see how air quality can be part of it. So I think maybe as part of the vision of the environment, we see how we can maybe have some terminology around air quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your point. And you were one of the comments that we haven't included yet because we received it recently. But yeah, SEI comments were the ones that we need to incorporate, and they're noted. Can I just say one thing as well about the transport infrastructure sector? Callistus kindly reminded me that we discussed that as well, because it is key across the region, of course. But through discussions, we also thought, I mean, that's a cut-crossing sector across all the other sectors. I mean, transport and infrastructure influences all of them. So we thought that rather than having a standalone priority sector, we would consider those elements as part of each of the other priority sectors. So just to clarify that we also discussed this. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much.
This is the last comment, because
okay, fine.
I don't know about you, but I'm very hungry.
Yeah, I'm very excited at the extent we have gone, especially when we look at the structural setting of this framework. And I'm beginning already to want to think of the implementation part of it, where a finance becomes very critical in operationalizing this framework. And money which we require sits with the private sector. And I don't know at what level that the private sector is going to be part of this framework. The issue of putting this outline on that particular structure dotted and calling them enablers is good, but to me not good enough. Is there a way that we can have private sector representation at the decision levels so that they are not just being looked at when we need money, but they can also be able to understand internally why resource mobilization then becomes core? We may not have an answer now on where to plug it, but I believe it is very critical for us to begin thinking around that, especially linking up with the we are calling them inter-reg steering levels and so on, down to the lowest level. I think we must think around it. Thank you.
Thank
but
you.
Otherwise, I support the issue of not fragmenting these sectors any further.
Yes.
Agriculture, to add on Atheru, has expanded over time. It's not just crops, not just livestock, but we are also onboarding aspects of fisheries and forestry. That's now the framing of agriculture. Thank you.
Just quickly on the private sector, we're not excluding private sector, particularly from the maybe not so much at higher level in decision-making processes, because that would be maybe tricky to consider at this point. But in terms of the technical work being done through the technical working groups, we're not excluding private sector. We know, for example, private sector might have a key role in terms of the energy sector. There's a lot of investment in terms of, natural resources and sustainable sources of energy and stuff, which might be an interest to private sector. I'll let you speak, but just to let you know that we're all coming back at 2 p.m., so we have 45 minutes for lunch. Please, go ahead.
It's just one, I want to just add one sector, we call it faith-based organizations. They are very vital to this because, as we know, the climate changes are cross-cutting. So the majority, especially we have mosque, churches, they have a majority. They should be also be involved in this because they are very vital. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'll close it now. And where is lunch? And do we need... things to go and have lunch? Where is lunch?
My team are at the corner. They will issue the vouchers, the meal vouchers, and they will direct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So are we coming back at 2 or 2:15?
Now it's
1:15. So 2:15, but please be here on the dot because we still have a lot to cover. We have the next section to discuss, and we also have the activities, which is where I think a lot of your questions will actually be clarified. So please come back at 2:15, okay? Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A group of stakeholders that were also participating through online. And maybe, have you sent or you want to read? She asked the test? Who? Who? My phone? There are a number of them, but let me compile them first.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to organize their questions first before we can respond. I hope they are still following us. We shall respond to your questions. Let us go through them first. Maybe at this time, I welcome Marta to look at which session? 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Section
Then
4.
I'll come and do the remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Callistus. And thank you for the online participants, and apologies for not having come back to you earlier, but we were not aware of your questions. I can't see I'm not part of the online meeting. So Callistus will organize your comments and we'll come back to you in a while. So thanks for bearing with us. And welcome to everyone in the room. I hope you had a nice lunch and that you're energized and ready to go for the next section. So we're still discussing the Regional Framework for Climate Services, the report. There was another section here that I'm not going through, but you're welcome to look through the document. And it is about how the regional framework aligns with key programs and initiatives, global initiatives and regional initiatives. Again, we didn't cover everything, because otherwise this would be a very substantial document, but we focus on the key ones that are relevant and key in terms of contextualizing climate services in the Greater Horn of Africa. So please have a look at the report and the feedback we received. We addressed all of the comments there as well. And if you have any comments after this, please contact Callistus or myself with your comments and feedback. So if you don't mind, I will go straight into section 4. And the reason why I'm doing this is because this is where the magic really happens. This is where we start defining the strategic objectives for the regional framework and the activities. And I think this will generate a lot of discussion, and we want to give you enough time to do this, okay? So if you allow me, I'll take the liberty to do that and continue with this. So the regional framework has 1 strategic goal, 7 strategic objectives, and various activities under those. And I'll go through these quickly. What, in terms of the feedback, maybe not so much in terms of the feedback, because all of them have been addressed. And you can look again at the comments in in the Excel file that I shared earlier through the QR code. I'm happy to share that again. Have a look at the comments. But I think more important than this is to actually go through the strategic, the strategic objectives, and you can have a look at the various activities being proposed. These are the activities that we're not looking at. So there are 7 strategic objectives. Oh, I should start by the overarching strategic goal is to create effective coordination mechanisms for implementing the regional framework. And under that, we have 7 strategic objectives. I'll go through these, and then there is specific activities here. But I can start with this. So the first one, it's actually one of the key ones, at least for the immediate beginning of the implementation of the regional framework. It's where we set up the governance and the operational structures to implement the regional framework. So this covers all the activities in terms of setting up the various governance committees and the units, formalized regional collaborations, and so on. The second strategic objective is focused primarily on supporting member states in establishing and implementing climate services across the national framework for climate services pillars. So this strategic objective is exclusively focused on national met services. This is where the support from the regional framework to the national frameworks will happen, okay? Strategic objective 3, it's all about strengthening regional observations and monitoring systems for improving the delivery of climate services. So it ranges from, high quality historical climate data, understanding the drivers of regional climate variability and change, regional data infrastructure, expanding networks, and so on. Strategic objective 4, focus exclusively, primarily on the research. And here we emphasize interdisciplinary research, recognizing that it's not just about the natural sciences, the climate sciences, and the meteorology, but also linking with the social sciences aspects and also humanities. So it does require climate services. Effective, actionable climate services do require interdisciplinary efforts and research to be delivered on the ground. So this is all about linking with key areas of research in terms of drivers of climate variability, improving accuracy of climate forecasts, operational efficiency, and so on and so forth. The 5th strategic objective, it's all about the mechanism to access, manage, and process data. So a lot of these link directly with the climate service information system pillar, and how we communicate that climate information and sector products. And it covers quite a wide range of activities, going from facilitating evidence-based decision-making in climate sectors to supporting and enhanced sectoral planning, mainstreaming gender equality and social inclusion dimensions, and so on. Strategic objective 6, it's all about the access and usability of the regional climate services, particularly through the existing user interface platform. So this is a recognition that there will be others involved in the co-production of climate services in this regional platform, how we improve feedback mechanisms, how we set up this feedback loop to allow what's being developed within the regional framework to then go beyond those walls and reach others. And then finally, the 7th strategic objective, it's all about capacity building, particularly regional stakeholders in terms of the provision and the usability of climate services. So it covers training activities, enhancing capacity across climate sensitive sectors and so on. So each of these 7 strategic objectives have specific activities attached to them. So I can go through these, but the second, I don't know if you remember this morning, but I said there was another part to this workshop where we discussed the financing of these activities. You know, how much does it cost each of these activities, and how we want to maybe, you know, gather support and commitment from various organizations to help fund to implement these activities. So I can maybe go through these, and then we'll link to that, because that will be an important point of discussion as well. So, as I mentioned, the first strategic objective is all about setting up the committees, the structures that enable the regional framework to be implemented. So, as you can see there, you know, it goes from setting up the RFCS secretariat to constitute and operationalize the various inter-rec committees, the cross-sectoral technical group, the technical working groups, and so on. It also then links with kind of, you know, how we want to develop an implementation plan for the Secretariat. So we have this framework, but we then need kind of a more hands-on, well-defined, specific implementation plan to be followed by the Secretariat in terms of what's required, when and how. The other activities, 1.8 to 1.11, it's all about improving, revising some of the areas that are covered in the regional framework, but that will need to be consolidated and revised during the regional framework implementation. So, for example, the communication and outreach strategy, that needs to be you know, consolidated and implemented, the resource mobilization strategy, and so on and so forth. In terms of the support, so strategic objective 2, in terms of support of member states in establishing and implementing climate services across the national framework climate services strategic pillars. These are composed of 4 activities. The first one being around building the technical capacity of national Met services. The second one around supporting the member states with the development, review, and implementation of their national framework for climate services. The third one is about consolidating the needs assessment on existing observation and maintenance networks across member states. And this was something mentioned earlier today. You know, how do we know which member state has what? And you know, so this speaks to that need of understanding the differences between the different member states and what they need. And then the fourth one is about expanding ground observation networks, both upgrading and increase the density of these stations to help with ground data collection. In terms of harmonizing regional observations and monitoring systems, this is the third strategic objective. It kind of covers 2 different activities, one being synthesizing high-quality historical climate data and analyze key drivers of regional climate variability and change, and the second one about develop regional data infrastructure. The fourth strategic objective, again, coming back to the need for interdisciplinary research, modeling, and innovation in climate services, and the continuing need to keep the region at the forefront of these areas. It has 4 activities. The first one, understand multi-timescale drivers of climate variability, which there are still considerable gaps in terms of scientific knowledge. 4.2, improve accuracy of climate forecasting and operational efficiency. Then assess and enhance subseasonal to decadal forecasting systems, which is emerging areas of interest and research, and areas that I think the region can really contribute to. And then finally, develop specialized expertise in emerging technologies and innovations. And again, this speaks to some of the innovations that are emerging and setting themselves within the landscape of climate services. In terms of enhancing the mechanisms to assess, manage, and process data and generate and communicate climate information and sector-specific products. This is quite well, it has 6 activities. The first one, in terms of facilitating evidence-based decision-making among users. Second one, revamping GACOF. This is something which I mentioned this morning. There was a lot of comments during consultations about the GACOF and the fit for purpose of the regional forum, and the need to maybe reconsider how it's structured and deliver what delivers. And there's a set of recommendations actually at the end of the regional framework on how to do that. So this links to the more technical aspects of the GACOF and how to do that. Support anticipatory actions across sectors. It's the third activity. Enhance sectoral planning and coordinated response among stakeholders. Enhance the accuracy and reliability of forecasts, to strengthen early warning systems. So as you can see, a lot of the activities speak to what a lot of colleagues were mentioning this morning in terms of the need to support and improve some of these areas. Upgrade the HPC infrastructure. This was also deemed quite important at regional level in terms of the needs of the scientific needs across the region. And then finally, mainstream gender equity and social inclusion in terms of transformative approaches to climate services. And then the two final strategic objectives, they only have one activity each. Strategic Objective 6, it's all about the user interface platforms, how to improve the access and the usability of these UIPs, either existing ones or new ones that might emerge as part of this regional framework. And it's all about strengthening co-production. So this is where there is space for engaging others as well that perhaps are not so directly involved in the implementation of the framework, but have a voice, need to have a role in these discussions and how climate services are defined and co-developed and so on. And then again, obviously linking back to feedback mechanisms as well. It needs to be a learning system. The final strategic objective, it's about improving capacity building of regional stakeholders to both provide climate services but also use them. So again, comes back to this issue of it's not just about developing and providing climate information, but it's also how we use those products and those services, how they can be applied on the ground. And it's all about training capacity activities and so on across the different climate information users, across the different sectors. So these are the 7 strategic objectives. Each of them have specific activities. As you can see here, we then link this with a comprehensive costed action plan, which is presented in the Appendix 2 of the framework, which provides a breakdown cost estimates of each of these activities per year, per strategic objective. So it's quite comprehensive. Have a look. What we wanted to do now would be to discuss, maybe start discussing some of these things in more detail, and maybe have your feedback both in terms of the activities and also the costs, and then we can start a wider discussion in terms of support, in terms of commitment from yourselves, how we can then start implementing this. Before we go there, however, there's 2 things. One is, if we do that, we will not be covering the risk matrix. There's other elements of the framework. The risk matrix, the monitoring and evaluation framework, the communication strategy. So it's all in the document. The integration of GESI dimensions, how that's done, the communication, and then the resource mobilization strategy. Personally, I think it's more important, if I'm allowed to say this, to discuss the activities and then the costs and then how we move forward with the implementation, because that's key. The feedback we received so far on the other sections have all been addressed. They are provided in the document we share with you, and we would be happy to receive further comments from you. If you want to do so, we could share it with us. But given that it's 2:42 and this finishes at 3:30, my suggestion would be to maybe start this discussion around the strategic objectives, the activities, and the costs, and then how we want to maybe commit ourselves into supporting this. Would this be agreeable with everyone? Sorry, I can't see any. Would this be okay? I'll take that as a possible yes. That's one point. The other point is we received online questions, and I don't know if you want to maybe go through them, Callistus, or how do you want to do this? Oh, Andrew.
I think you just one comment of a very strategic nature. Because I don't think we'll tackle that section, the one that talks about the strategic documents and all this. We may not be able to have that time, but I had an opportunity to look at it. You did mention the IGAD strategy, of which is ending in 2025. Just to be aware that we're in the process, IGAD is in the process of developing the strategy of 2026-2030. There might be need to try to see how this may align, because now you might be referring to the 2025 strategy, and the IGAD strategy 2026-30 might have a little bit of deviations, and so there might be need to be a bit cautious and see how to look at that document. I know it's still at the draft stages. Maybe this one has come in too early. But when we get into 2026, we will be talking about IGAD strategy 2026-30. We will now not be talking about 2025. And the document, our document will be talking about IGAD strategy 2021-2025. So maybe that's one thing to consider going forward.
Thank you. That's a good point. But do you know when it will be published?
The guiding principles are that IGAD now not doing business as usual, trying to see how to change the strategy, how IGAD basically provides services. Are we into direct service provision, or does IGAD operate at a more strategic level? There is quite a number of significant changes that might come in there. Now the specialized offices, being referred to, I think, as pillars, something like that. So some of those terminologies, you may want to incorporate them so that the document is alive to the existing strategy at the time of its implementation. Because the document, in terms of time, I think it's aligned to the IGAD strategy. So the two should be able to communicate in one way or another, at least at a broader strategic level.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree with you, but at this point in time, we don't have that yet. So I think it's a matter of when the framework starts being implemented, then that needs to be updated as and when new strategic documents come in. Yeah, thank you, but that's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marta. I think there were purely comments, but I can just highlight them. There was somebody who was very interested in people living with disabilities, inclusion, which the document is talking to that. Then Ashley from King Bischoff, how can the facilitated regional framework document can be accessed? Then, okay, there was this new scan, a new code, I think, for online users who are unable to scan. Then Francis Le Colon, inclusion of infrastructure and transport sector came out. Then indigenous knowledge. Then Salim Chuma, capacity building and advocacy. Want it to be read like that. Then Fita Stone Taylor. Livestock is part of agricultural activities, but it says pastoralism goes beyond keeping a few livestock. That is what I've gathered from that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Callistus. We'll have a closer look at all the comments, but thank you for doing that review. Good, so I mean, if you are comfortable, in terms of the QR codes, we can probably share with the online colleagues. In terms of the discussion then, I will move to the other part of the discussion, which is a different if I need to find it now. So we'll start with the Okay, so we're moving into this part of the workshop, but we will go through the strategic objectives, the activities, and the costs. So it's just, we're starting to align this with the other discussion that we were hoping to have. And I'll ask Callistus to help me lead with this. But I can start with the first slides if you want, and then I'll thank you, Callistus. So this is what we want to do. I mean, again, we want to get your feedback specifically on the strategic objectives and the activities that I was describing just now, and to help us understand if we're, if these are hitting the marks, if these correspond to what we think this regional framework should stand for. We then need to discuss as well in terms of, how do we go from having a document to actually implementing the framework on the ground, and this requires support and commitment from organizations. Different organizations, different kinds of support and commitment can be thought through as well. It's not only about funding, it's about in-kind contribution, it's about, leveraging on existing proposals that are being developed and things like that. So it's about having that discussion. And then we'll close and we'll have some coffee, tea break later on. So this is the purpose, that's what I just said. Let's go through the strategic objectives and the activities. We need to validate these as well, and we need to then discuss in terms of, the costs that have been estimated for these, and in terms of support and commitment. So these are the strategic objectives that I was just talking about in the document, exactly the same 7 strategic objectives. This is the costs, but we'll go through each of these in a bit. This is the QR code for, this is basically, it's this, don't worry, it's the same document. The only difference is that what we're going to discuss now is in the appendix 2, it's just to make you aware of that. But it's exactly, it's the regional framework report you were looking at. It's just to make you aware that these costs and estimates are at the appendix, in appendix 2. Yes?
Can we contribute now? Or you go on first?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just waiting for a colleague that was just doing the, yeah. So I'll ask Callistus now to help me a bit because I'm losing my voice, but I'll support with the discussion.
Thank you, Marta, for pushing this up to this level. I think I can put in a full presentation. From current. Okay. Okay, thanks. I'll take out from here. And when I go through those particular objectives or strategic objectives and activities and KPIs and the key costs, you need to reflect one thing, that climate services is not about either regional climate center or national MET. It's not about the provision of climate information alone. We have to integrate with the users or sector information. And therefore, everybody has to contribute towards it. So that one need to come into your mind. And where we have, we can have different of support. Support can be either financial, can be a basis on leverage, on existing projects or new projects that can come, that can be aligned with this framework. It could be also in kind contribution. both from government or from different private sectors. And we need to see how we can align. You see, sometimes you can put something on the table, then you end up even reaching many stakeholders or users. So you need to look from that kind of perspective. For this framework to work, first we have to actualize the governance, operational structures, and sustainability. It comes as our first strategic objective. And under this, we have to establish and run. It's not just a question of establishing. You have to run. You have to run the secretariats. And as she alluded earlier on, the secretariat will be within the ICPAC, or Regional Climate Center. And there are a number of KPIs that need to be done. They are listed right from procurement, coordinator. We need the coordinator. I think my brother from Tanzania asked whether will be hiring new people or what. But maybe like in terms of support to ICPAC, we have seen even NOCAP. NOCAP has been very instrumental, giving us some staff to support some of RCC activities. We could be having other institutions in doing that. So those are proposed. We have a coordinator, finance officer, administrator, and male consultant. Okay. And the course is that to constitute an operational indirect policy committee on climate services. This is a committee that involves directors of MET. I know in the past we have using ICPAC steering committee under KLIMSA to run. This is where we shall maybe have discussion. See, this committee need to be very active. It consists of 11 directors of MET. It also sub-regional, South and Eastern Africa WM office. I think it's based here in Nairobi. Is AUC representative, and that is, they form that part of committee. So we have to put it in place, then we have to constitute an operational indirect. Sorry, that was the policy level. The policy level is big, is where there is Secretary General of EAC and ICAD boss at that particular level, and WMO office in Addis Ababa. Under it is the indirect. So all those need to be in place, but some meeting, they will not be meeting on maybe once fiscally in a year. But the committee, the policy one, maybe after 2 or 3 years. So in the 5 years, maybe you'll find they meet maybe once or twice. Then constitute and operationalize regional framework for climate cross-sectoral technical committees. I know we shall have sectors, and these sectors we shall have the heads. And those heads now will come to that particular inter-sectoral committee, and they will be guiding, working together with the secretariat, and that is how much it will cost. Operational technical working groups in priority sectors, then constitute or strengthen user interface platforms in priority sectors and develop their terms of reference to guide operations. You will find that the cost is here, but maybe when you go to co-production, you find that there is no cost here, because if you operationalize this kind of UIPs will be so much engaged in co-production exercise. So we are talking about 7 of them based on the sectors that we have identified. So the cost is 175. 175,000, 1,000. There is 3 zeros out there. You might think that is it's very little money. Develop and implementation plan, that is the work of the Secretariat. Revise. Whatever we are doing here, when the Secretariat comes to the office, they will have to revise, consolidate communication and outreach strategy, which is within this document. They have to rework on it. Also, there is a resource mobilization strategy, which is also in this particular document. It will be revised. Promote and formalize collaborations in the implementation of regional framework for climate services, here MOUs. I think we shall use the existing resources. We don't have to attach funds there. Same as consultate and implement the regional framework monitoring, evaluation and learning program, and ensuring gender, just inclusion, we have budgeted for that. What comes out is that the total budget to implement this strategic objective is 60% of the total sum. The total sum is around 26 million USD. So that is the budget, is 6%. And we shall be glad to hear feedback from you on this. Okay, any feedback, comments, support, commitment from organizations? We just want to hear your feedback.
Do you agree with the activities, what's being proposed? First of all, that's the first question.
Hello.
Is it the after lunch dip? Whoop. So you're all in agreement with all the activities described here?
Are you in agreement of the proposed activities that we need to set up as a secretariat and put those mechanisms in place to allow interaction, to allow co-production, sectors to work together? Are we in agreement? There is a hand there. Andrew has said yes. There is a lady there.
Hi.
Yes.
I am Laura Kimanthi from Mombasa.
Yes.
And in terms of sectors working together, I'll give my feedback. So as you can tell, I said I'm from Mombasa, so I'm from the blue economy sector.
Okay.
And so let me give my general comment first. I feel like blue economy integration into the RFC is not well done, yeah? Because you're speaking about agriculture, livestock, we're not speaking about fisheries. And remember that in the coastal region, we have inland semi-arid areas, and we also have inland farmers that are doing farming. And we are in need of early warning signs. And remember, we have marine early warning signs, like buoys and also satellites that can be set up in the ocean, and it will also benefit the people who are doing agriculture away from the coastal areas. So I feel as we talk about all this, we should also talk about fisheries, and not even in the coastal region, even the people around the lake area. And lastly, please, if you allow me, so I feel like we have a very great potential in coast, and so I think we should utilize that potential. So when it comes to the finance, I think there should be a budget for marine early warning signs, because if there is a storm, and there are a number of storms that have been warned, yes, some of them did not because of the meteorological department, but if the storms come, they will also affect the people away from the coast. So I think that should be part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments and questions. We hate at pets. Whether we should say environment and blue economy, but we just said let it just remain environment. And in terms of support, the costs met and the National Framework for Climate Services is upon them whether they want to put buoys over the Indian Ocean, okay, or somewhere else. So it will be, it's here, it's within the document, but it will be supported through the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services. I think those are my few comments. And I want to say that this is a live document. Right now we are talking about 7 sectors, but when it comes to implementation, we said let us start with this one first, but others can join in the process. So you are not cut out, but if you feel that there are key specific things that I need to mention, I know you have my email, you can just send them email, then we can look at it. Thank you. We shall not allow you to walk alone. You will walk with us. Okay?
Thank you all for the good presentation. I'm called Elizabeth. Yes, the activities are good and they can work, but I have one observation, especially on page number 1. Page number 1, 1.2, paragraph 5. It is talking about the state, the current context of political states in the Greater Horn of Africa, and it is classifying the government some as autocratic, others mixed.
That is a very old document. You have a wrong document. We changed that.
The one that was scanned around. It's the one that I was reading.
If it's there, then now we are very sorry. But that one was changed. I can assure you that.
Yeah, yes, because I was really wondering how the autocratic and mixed governments can be able to have standard operation protocols to be able to implement this. But if it was corrected, then that's perfect.
Yeah, I can assure you that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes, John?
Yeah, thank you for the presentations. I was keenly looking at the budget, but early on you said that this is an estimate. It's not real budget in the proposals. And based on that, then I would be able to agree as well with my colleagues that it's okay. But I think it's going to be subject for, if you are going to break these activities, some of them would be more and then can be adjusted within. So that is basically what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, noted. Thank you. It's an estimate. Yes, my brother from Somalia.
It's okay, it's okay. We'll go.
Thank you, Callistus and Doctor, for the presentation. I think this document is very important document for the region. But I want to comment that in order for you to implement this document in the region, I think it lies on the financial, sustainable financing you have at hand. So I think we need to consider on that. Where are we getting that finance to implement this important document we have? That's my comment. And the question I have also is, what strategies are being considered to secure sustainable financing for national climate services so that countries like mine, Somalia, can build long-term capacity and resilience? So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, my brother from the Horn. I can say that financing this document is you and me. What am I trying to say? That if our countries in ICAD and in EAC can rightfully contribute their share, okay, under that particular label, some of those fruits can come back to supporting this document. That is one. The second one, there is a private sector they can support. I'm being told COP30, damages, losses and damages. This is now we need experts in our region to say that in Africa, in this great horn of Africa, we are highly impacted. How can we maybe compensate to towards this, so that apart from enhancing mitigation, we can also work on adaptation. At the end of these climate services is going to support adaptation activities, okay? But we need to, even the private sector is already supporting this. Somebody said, if you see World Bank, if you see African Development Bank, they are going through other partners within the region, and maybe we are courtesy here. We are here courtesy of those banks. So it's something that we can build on, and so that it can be supported at the end. Okay. Any other? Can I move to the second one? Okay, fine. The second strategic objective is support member states in establishing and implementing climate services across national framework for climate services strategic pillars. And you know the pillars: observations, monitoring, research, modeling and prediction, climate service information system, user interface platform, capacity development. We want to work, this document is saying that, one, there is no duplication. Secondly, we know the role of national meteorological and hydrological services. So how can they be supported? Because most of the time they have been asking for support. So how can we mobilize resources to support? These are some of our activities that is to build technical capacity of national meteorological and hydrological services. That is activity 1. And some of these activities we have been doing. Okay, that capacity building for where we have to develop capacity building plans for national Met designed to enhance their ability to produce, generate quality and user relevant forecasts. Annual foundation training. Yesterday when we were here, you saw the certificates. We have, WISA has been doing this for some time, and there is another one, PAS, I think is coming up to 2028. So you find that there are already projects that are targeted to support some of our activities. That is within EPAC. But if there is other projects in the user community, in the other sectors, please let us make it merrier. Let us bring on the platform so that we can support some of these activities. We have to conduct pre-kickoff capacity development we have been doing, and that is the budget. Conduct on job training and mentorship program for focusers and data managers focusing on practical skills, climate prediction and service delivery. If you come from research, academia, and you feel that you can complement this, please don't shy away from it. Train national Mets on developing standardized data and monitoring products. Train young climate scientists on AI and machine learning. Okay, you could be doing, it could be a research institution. It doesn't have to, it's just a matter of working together so that we can mount that. Provide ongoing technical assistance to national Met in climate prediction, analysis, and development of tailored climate services. This one is something that we have been doing. Then train gender focal points to mainstream JC in climate services. So we encourage the national Met or our member states to do that. Under 2.2, support member states with development review implementation of national framework for climate services. We know we have supported Kenya in terms of developing one. Uganda is almost there. Then review, I know our colleagues from Tanzania, they want to review, and maybe next year it could be Ethiopia. So we want to see whether we, and there are other countries that are still on stage 0, Djibouti, Somalia, okay? I know African Development Bank, there is a project maybe targeting Djibouti and Somalia, okay? But you have to work together. So, such that, but we need some more funds. We know Rwanda, Burundi, Sudan, they have their challenges. South Sudan, we need to support them. Eritrea, they are not here, but we need, as we work for the whole region. So we need funds. If you are somebody from maybe a regional body that you are supporting climate services, that is the area maybe you need to come in. Then the consolidate needs of existing, we want to know what is existing observation networks across member states. Here is just a question of working with directors of MET. It doesn't need money, it's just we can use the online facilities that we do have. Expand ground observation networks, upgrade and densify meteorological, hydrological, and environmental monitoring. Here number of national MET with upgraded environmental monitoring stations, support member states in urban air pollution and monitoring, warning. I think my colleague from SEI and UNEP, you should be happy with that. I don't know whether you are willing to support. We shall hear from you this. Supporting in archiving of meteor data. This is very crucial. Sometimes the national Met, they take it for granted. We saw and we experienced what happened in Rwanda sometimes back. You go to Sudan, the epicenter of the conflict started at the airport where Met is. They ran away. And the data spans almost over 100 years. We have tried within our ability, but it's very, very difficult. So as much as we normally sign the MOUs, and we have guaranteed that the data shared by national Met, sometimes they call us, users call ICPAC, they want data, we just refer them to national Met. We give that guarantee, and we have an MOU. So you never know what happens tomorrow. As directors of Met, please, because it's within our mandated, WMO gives us, but it suggests, it says that you can store for the willing member state, okay? But it doesn't say, it's not a must, it's you who initiates. So it's something that you need to look at it, such that when something happens, we can come. So the budget for this, only supporting national Met and hydrological services, but even there is other support in other strategic objectives. This one is coming at 21.5% of the total implementation of this strategic plan for the next 5 years. So you created ICPAC, and ICPAC cannot live here alone, the national Met and hydrological services, okay? So maybe I can open up feedback and comments. Yes, Prof.
Yeah, thanks, Callistus. Mine's a quick one, and it will also make reference to the previous one, especially in areas we are seeing zero cost, which to me doesn't sit very well, because we are desirous to continue onboarding even additional services to the national and the meteorological and hydrological services. So, like for example, in the current situation, 2.1, we can no longer remain at what we began doing in the past. Especially in a changing climate, there are evolving needs which may even incrementally increase across CACOS, for example, which will require a capacity enhancement of the national meteorological services. Even if we have a budget somewhere, I don't want it. It can come under the co-financing.
Okay.
But otherwise, we need to put a meaningful value there, because there are matters of climate change which you are also embedding in the framework, which have not been highlighted in the CACOS but perhaps starting from the next one, we may want to see a clear positions with regard to climate change as being part of the CACOF process, because we must be able to resonate with the rest of the world. So please, as we shall go back, let us reflect to see, like the issue you are raising around AI, we don't have capacities, right? We may need to align with some strategic partners who are good in that area to grow our internal capacities in the national met and hydrological services. Thank you.
Thank you, noted Prof. We shall address that. Temes.
Thank you very much for that part of presentation. Previously, I had a similar question as my brother from Somalia of the financing of the components, but I think you've tried to respond, and I think that's still hanging on how we can, because already the national Met services are implementing the national framework. Somehow they are implementing their mandate in terms of climate services. But mine now is on 2.4, bearing in mind the whole climate value chain, that the observation network is a very important component. And I wanted to propose, we are missing a very key word there, to maintain. We have existing observation network station, for example, the observation station which are already in place, but how are we going to maintain them on top of expanding, apart from expanding or populating or densifying the network in these member states? Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. I think my friend has captured that. Maintaining is a key issue. And sometimes I normally say that before you consider even buying an automatic weather station, have the maintenance budget first. And this comes to our donors, our development partners. Running an AWS, you find instead of placing into MET, they placed to another agency. And the experience has taught me that those other agencies, they only do maybe for 2-3 years. Then there is institutional fatigue. So we need to consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to focus, I maybe give a quick background about what UNEP is doing regarding the early warning for environment framework that has some strategic sort of ramification from the early warning for all. So the domestication of that strategy within UNEP has a clear indicator about the infrastructure for air pollution. So one commitment that we partner with UNEP is to see exactly how already what you are doing across the region can also be cascaded. Like, for instance, support in terms of the expanding of the ground observation network beyond not just the hydrological, meteorological, but air pollution monitoring system is something you're really thinking about. In that specific case, we then try to also understand, like in terms of sustainability, how, what is the reflection of the national framework for climate services at the city level or at the country level? Is there any provision for them to actually accommodate the acquisition of air pollution sensor? Because what you did in Kenya, for instance, we gave them a couple of sensors. We worked with them. We have a model whereby we gave them the sensor, you train them in terms of capacity building, that they won't maintain the system. They are doing the data analysis. So we're thinking having a similar approach at the very top level of the regional framework that we are doing today, but also provide some incentive also for country to be able to revise, not to revise, but to contribute to the national framework so that air pollution also becomes, I would say, something of interest, so that we can easily now also mainstream finance to be able to support that. So where I'm sitting today, the 2.3 and 2.4 clearly are the activities that we are quite committed to include within our financial year. And then also looking at the capacity building, because it's an aspect that I think might come later on in terms of capacity building, because we're also doing a lot of science policy research. The whole idea is then to leverage upon the capacity that Met authorities are having in doing forecasting for temperature, for weather climate risk. So the idea is to see that once, if they have air pollution data, how can we leverage upon their skill, their existing infrastructure, and also their understanding of the system to be able to work on the air quality line, so that it make also the life easier to be able to have a more of a holistic modeling. Of course, that goes without saying, as what was mentioned by Prof, the whole understanding about the short-lived climate pollutant, because you need to start the journey, right? So the first pollutant that we can report as part of the air pollution might be PM2.5, but there are more critical components that comes along the way. But the point is, like, if you embrace all the air pollution monitoring at the same time, you might actually lose the aspect of getting the skill, understanding the mechanism in which all these pollutant complexity are also embedded. Now, the last point, sir, if you allow me, there's an activity that is not really reflected there. Now, if you take the case of Kenya, just sorry because I'm based here. Now, MEMA has already an air quality standard. Now, it means like it's a bit easier to work with KMD, because KMD can work with NEMA, to make sure like they align the matrix of analysis air pollution data to the national standard. Now, let's take a country within the region that don't have any air quality standard. So it will become a little bit, not difficult, but we need to find a way to do some sort of country assessment, institutional assessment, to know exactly what are the effort that the country is doing in order to adopt air quality standard at national level. Or in the absence of national standard, then you have to comply to the WHO standard, which has a clear indicator on how some of the activities that you presented in one can actually build the capacity of national Met from at national level to analyze the WHO matrix to implement that within the air quality framework. So I think I would like to stop here, maybe as we are moving, just to make sure like 2, 3, and 3, 4 are part of our commitment. Thank you very much.
It's called Kongang Tanube. It's a very difficult name. It's from Stockholm Environment Institute. We are in touch. He has shared some amendments, baseline assessment to establish. It's an activity that we can include that to know the status of the region. And I want to believe that the national Met directors, they are listening. I think with our unit within ICPAC, I don't know where Eugene is, this is something that, these are low-hanging fruits, and the good thing that he has also committed. Maybe we need to appreciate him. Can we appreciate him? Thank you so much, SEI and UNEP, for that commitment. We are going to work together, and we shall anchor those activities you mentioned. I received the document when the session was alive. Thank you, and noted. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I just want to echo what our friend from SEI is actually putting. I prepared that comment for the research and whatever. But in operations, that's critical. Critical in the sense that they are using the terminology short-lived climate pollutants. In the climate cycles, we are talking about the short-lived climate forces, but actually alluding to the same thing. And for us to be able to adequately address that concern, we need data. We need then this to become part of our observatories. And we can, I think that line should be clearly put. It is the need at the moment. How we operationalize it becomes now food for thought for us. From SEI, from UNEP, from academia and research, how we can be able to start even on pilot or experimental basis, select national Met services to begin collecting this data. It is very important, even the climate change discourse. At the same time, we need to expand that and also begin to see observations which are relevant to helping us also take up the glaring issue of solar radiation management, which has to do with the aerosol injection, which is still an atmospheric air quality issue. So I think, say in UNEP, ICPAC, and academia and research, I'm suggesting, Callistus and Francis, that we need a convening, a smaller technical convening, so that we can see how we can fast track this, because it's a matter of urgency. We need to make actions before 2029 with regard to these two issues of SRM and the short-lived climate forces. So the budget, I think they can help us put an estimate on how much it may cost to have a bit of the basic equipment we need for a sample of national met and hydrological services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Noted. Okay. Just one, then we move. We are on two. I say.
Yeah, there's something which reads promote collaborative station sharing. I think we mean data sharing. And if you're going to promote data sharing, we need as two regions, EAC and IGAD, we need to promote policies which would push us in that direction. In fact, protocols, because a protocol is much more strong legally than a framework. And many of these activities look like they are ICPAC-led or ICPAC-centered. That's a general comment, just a general comment. We need to see how other organizations can bring in the expertise to make sure that climate services go far and wide in the sectors. Let us not forget data rescue and digitization, so that we don't lose the already existing data. Thank you.
Noted, John. Yes, Dr. Bob.
Ability
and change. From the forecasting side, there is something they have been talking about. Users want accurate quality information. And we need to capture key drivers, especially for March, April, May season that is a bit challenging. So we need to work on that. And we have we need to come up with the thresholds, and it's your area that we want to go to impact-based kind of forecasting, and we cannot come up with that without that crucial information from your sector. Then regional state of climate report. At continental, global level, they are doing it. At national level, KMD is doing it. Uganda is also doing it, and other countries inside. Good. Okay, there is there, Chacha. Then on the other end.
Yeah, mine Calista, is just following up on my initial comment. I think 3.1, if we went there, I think those elements cannot be cost-free. Those dashes, there's a lot of input that will go in there in terms of time, in terms of human resource, in terms of the quantities themselves, and we must spare time and put some values there.
Okay, fine.
We don't want, when we are beginning to run, and then we begin meeting with both hurdles in our way to deter the process. Let's quantify them. Thank you.
Okay, fine, thank you. And I think there is something, it was supposed to, 260 was supposed to cover all, not just tie on one. I think there is something there. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Callistus. On this, one would be like when you're looking at the development of these bulletins, and one would be like, how do we support the member states to ensure that the historical data that is in place is actually utilized? Because in most cases we have the observations, but rarely does it get into the forecasts that are produced. The other thing is, even as we continue with this, we talk of integration of the physically challenged people. Then how do we go forward? Because it has been a concern by this particular group, talking of the Met services. How do we ensure that the services that we offer, we've integrated so that we have our forecasts maybe in Braille, and even having the sign language and all that factored so that we ensure that all these people are integrated? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, my sister. I think we didn't want to go up to that level, but within the National Framework for Climate, our strategic objective 2, we want to support a national Met. Okay, and in the pillars of the National Framework for Climate Services. So if it lies within maybe climate service information system or the user interface, it can be contained there. But thanks for highlighting that. It can be accommodated under strategic objective 2. Okay. Any feedback? Any support? I want resources, I want money, I want to employ people. So, good. Let us move. Strengthen interdisciplinary research, modeling innovation in climate services. Why interdisciplinary? Why transdisciplinarity? Why? It's not just about in climate. We want also in those sectors we have mentioned. We need to do research. And we want publications, undertake research in climate modeling and prediction, that is customize, optimize regional climate models through experiment to reduce systematic bias, develop and implement data assimilation techniques to integrate observational inputs, include automated station, radar, upper air, improve accuracy, adopt AGCMs to enhance weather that is understand timescale drivers of climate variability. But on the second one, enhance accurate of climate forecasting and operational efficiency. We need here collaboration with global regional climate centers to operation AI, machine learning for improved weather and climate forecast, including IBF, AI techniques in the dissemination, in the ground observation. We need experts to support us. Number 3 is assess, enhance sub-seasonal to decadal forecasting system to support operational applications. And we have those key eyes. Number 4, develop specialized expertise in emerging technologies and innovation. Socio-economic value of climate services. Maybe let me try to emphasize that. You find WMO says that if you put $1 in climate services, you are expected either to get 7 or 8. But do we have evidence in Africa to demonstrate that? So research, we need to, what is the socio-economic benefits? If we want decision makers, if we want private sector to support us, if we want government to support us, we have to show that. So here is where we need to improve. foster collaboration with academic and international partners to advance joint research, training, innovation, AI, and you see the budget. So those are under 4.2. It comes to 13% of the total costs of the framework. Feedback, comments? Don't keep quiet. At the end of the day, this is your document. It's not my document.
I think the
it's your
professor
document.
should just keep
Okay,
the microphone in his table.
Thanks, Callistus, once again, and colleagues. The success of this framework is directly hinged on how vibrant this particular strategic objective is going to be implemented. Because this is where we are going to draw methodologies and the tools that we require to address all those concerns we have been talking about for the region. And therefore, it's my view that we also have a segment there, an activity, which is going to deliver under that one on regional specific tools and methods to help address the challenges for the region.
Okay.
And that is the challenge I put myself as a researcher and the other researchers in the room and in the region. Because we have been in the habit of consuming products, tools, methods developed elsewhere, validated elsewhere, and trying to use them in our context. And the case in mind is the AI tools. Whose algorithms, whose data was used to validate those algorithms? Much as we are excited about AI, is it speaking to our context or not? And that becomes one of the target activities that that research team must give us. Operational tools for the region. I think that way we can now answer many issues about the regions. But whether we are talking about downscaling, whether we are talking about revalidation of systems, it will never capture our context. And we are now getting into a domain of specificity. Like Callistus, you mentioned about loss and damage. That's a path we have been unable to walk because we cannot isolate our extent of adaptation and what we cannot adapt to, which now qualifies to take us to another level of the residual risks, which actually the loss and damage is supposed to address. So we need to begin building internal capacities in the region around those particular key issues. In the same way, the pollution issues, the air quality issues now, the SRM issues, the short-lived climate pollutants and forces, we need also to have a position. Remember, the SRM is now a global debate. What is the region going to take on the negotiation platform? Are we going to come from a point of information based on evidence, or are we just going to dismiss or agree foolishly? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. My colleagues in ICPAC, they have raised ears. I think they are very ready to work with you, Prof. And please scan that document and where possible make suggestions on the mentioned activities. We shall really appreciate. Thank you. And thanks for commitment.
Thank you very much. My name is Sanga. I work with World WaterNet Netherlands. I have a question, stroke concern on 4.4, the Center of Excellence Hub, on AI and machine learning. Now that's a very big word, and this kind of thing can cost anything from hundreds of dollars to thousands. That's in terms of AI, gadgets, innovations, and everything that goes with it. So in this particular incident, what kind of a COE are we talking about? What informs not only the budget, but also the kind of center that we want to address the current need and contribute towards the overall agenda?
Very good question. Dr. Titike, Maslin, what kind of center are you looking at it? Maybe, who knows? Maybe he has one that he wants to bring here.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Callistus, taking us through the regional framework. Yeah, so maybe I think it's really good to highlight what Prof said. I think we need to look at it in the bigger picture that you know, in Africa. I don't want to focus on East Africa, the whole Africa. We have been following or adopting tools and models developed by elsewhere. But I think it's time for us. Maybe just to give a background, you know, those climate models, global climate models, you call them regional climate models developed somewhere else, and maybe it has been like 30 years, more than 30 years now, since they have been used and applied. But you can't find a single model in Africa. But you know, AI and technology brought us, you know, opportunity where we can leapfrog and develop, you know, our own AIs, which considers, you know, local processes, local climates, and I think there is really a big opportunity that we can do. So when we say, you know, Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence and machine learning is actually there is a push not only not only from Africa. Actually, there is a push from, you know, other world that Africa should have, you know, Center of Excellence where, you know, we build the capacity of, you know, young generations, as it has been indicated in this document, where we collaborate with international partners, but we kind of leverage, you know, or showcase our capacities, you know, showcasing Africa capacity. And we will be working with, you know, regional partners, you know, continental partners, you know, developing partners, but particularly, you know, academicians, okay, across Africa, to support so that we make sure there is a hub, you know, it could be in Nairobi at ICPAC office, where we, you know, create opportunities for young generation to come together and to learn each other, but learn from other parts of, you know, experts and scientists from other parts of the world. So we make sure we have developed, you know, our own, you know, models and tools in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Titike and my friend from Water, is it in the Netherlands? Remember, this is an intention, and this document can be still worked on to have the specifics. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Aduguna.
Thank you very much. I think this document is going to be a mother document for everything that we think about climate, especially for the health sector. Things are moving slowly. So I think we have to cross-fertilize this with other continental documents, like Africa CDC has launched climate change and health strategic framework. So if you allow me, I would like to comment on the capacity building aspect. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have a rich section in which section 4 where they put the capacity building, and they put around 11 key activities. Among those, Center of Excellence is one of the key things they put, and they would like to even finance, and they mentioned a lot of things there. So if we use this climate change and health strategic framework of Africa CDC, I think we can anchor ourselves, especially for health, which is younger compared to other sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Oh, okay. 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 I don't. The room is dry. Let us move on. Time is not on our side. Strategic 5 is to enhance the mechanism to access, manage, and process data, and generate and communicate climate information and sector-specific products. We have few activities under this, I think 4. One is to facilitate evidence-based decision making among users in climate-sensitive sectors. Here, those are some of the products. I want to mention code follow in the annual to get the regional focus, recruit expert in downscaling, reform Kharkov, improve Kharkov. We have WMO report of 2017, and as we see that there is other things that are, they want to use change climate outlook forums into climate forums. There are so many things that are happening. We need to work on it. Then support anticipatory actions across sectors. Yeah, co-organize. There is co-organize the Great One Alpha Climate Forum. Then develop and strengthen regional and national capacity on impact-based forecasts. Expand access to digital agrometeorological tools and services. Then there is piloting scalable climate service solutions that member states can readily adopt and replicate with focus on enhancing uptake in countries with limited capacities. Recruit agrometeorology personnel, recruit agriculture sector IPF expert, code for impact-based focus system for sectors within the framework. This dash does not mean that there is no empty budget. I remember this 967 cuts across. We didn't want to itemize, but it's factored there. Sorry. Then under 5.5, upgrade high-performance computing systems infrastructure to meet emerging needs of the climate scientific team. We know we have HPC at ICPAC, but it's limited in one way or the other. There is issue of capacity building. We need to assess, we need to upgrade. Look at the whole infrastructure. I know we have some member states that have also expressed their wish to have their HPCs. They can always work with us, get specifics and kind of support. Then mainstream, gender equity, social inclusion, transformative approaches to climate services. We don't to leave others behind. So this one is Casey Action Plan. So this one, it's in the budget, is for 3.5% of the total budget. Can we have any comments, suggestions, commitment towards this? If you are happy, you say hi. Okay, fine. We have. If it was in Parliament, I could have gone with it.
I think just on a light note.
Yes.
Those dashes, I am not comfortable with them.
No, it's just a mistake.
Can you decompose
Yes.
that pooling? Reason being, we may have a partner who is aligning with one deliverable and will want to bring in resources specifically on that stream. So I think knowing the amount is very good.
Okay.
So let's not pool, let's decompose.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Good. I think I have it. We move? Yes. Okay. Strategic Objective 6, enhance the access and usability of regional climate services through user interface platforms. And here we have strengthened co-production and feedback mechanisms. We have to reform the Great Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, strengthen cross-border climate outlook forums. We have tried in IGAD Cluster 1, that is neighboring our brothers from South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. You see, those people, sometimes they don't understand these political boundaries. They are the same community. And one form of adaptation was when it's striking in Ethiopia, they move to Kenya or Ethiopia for them to survive. So if we can put them in an informed position, they work together, we can even eliminate those conflicts of water resources or pasture and other issues. And in our region, we have maybe 7 cross-border regions. And if you add maybe for Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, Burundi, maybe they will be 2 or something like that. We can encourage those platforms. Then strengthen member states' national climate outlook forums. Yes, we have some countries in the region that have not started national climate outlook forums, because national climate outlook forums will address the national needs. But maybe moving forward, as we shall be dealing with cross-border, okay, in the Great Horn of Africa Climate Outlook Forum, or issues that can affect 1, 2 or more member states. So we need to see how we can support that. Then strengthen sector user interface platform. That dash is supposed to be eliminated because in the implementation of strategic objective 1, this one will be done. The budget is up there. Strengthen climate information dissemination channels as user engagement strategies to ensure equitable access and usability of climate information. I think I'm addressing Pascaline issue there. Gezi strategy, address those. And it cuts 2% of the total budget. Comments, suggestions, commitment? Good, Madam.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that information. And 6.6, that objective 6 is really the backbone of the entire thing. Because when all is said and done, information generated, unless it's able to be disseminated, then it cannot work. So in terms of, I want to confirm that for us, it's a good initiative, a good objective. And in terms of resources, just building on what you've said around cross-border and all that, for entities that are cutting across many countries, like for example, the Action Against Hunger, the regional office where I work, we cover 5 countries out of the 8. And in terms of maybe resource mobilization, we will maybe dependent and work collaboratively in, could it be working through consortia to do those proposals, to just strengthen that element of getting resources to do this work, because it is important. Thank you.
You said which office?
Action Against Anger.
Okay.
The regional office for
Okay.
ON and Eastern Africa region.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam,
Thank you.
for that assurance. This is our resource mobilization tool. It's not for ICPAC. It's not for what? It's you plug in and run with it. Thank you. Any other feedback? Wow, we move. I think this is the last one. Strengthen the capacity building of regional stakeholders to provide and use climate services. You can access, but your capacity to use is on the other round. So here, enhance capacity of climate information users across key sectors. And here sectors. So here, co-design training programs with users in the regional framework for climate service sectors to interpret rainfall trends, temperature anomalies, and other monitoring outputs, training of users on climate risk. There is ICPAC Summer School. Private sector, provide specific sector training in agriculture, health, DRR, health, water, energy, peace, and security on into seasonal planning cycles and vulnerability assessments, improve climate information access and literacy among non-technical users to use specialized monitoring systems, East Africa Hazard Watch, East Africa Drought Watch, and that. Then engage policymakers and other stakeholders to integrate climate information into planning and reporting. Support the RECs. We want to, RECs, they have their units, divisions. We have member states, we have NGOs, we have sectors in mainstreaming, CI use for decision support, investment planning, and policy monitoring. Then promote collaborative research between scientists and users, engage users in identifying research priorities, testing innovations, and interpreting findings, foster co-learning platforms that connect indigenous knowledge with scientific inquiry. 7.1, enhance capacity for climate information across sectors. Here, I've talked about that, train journalists on how to report climate information. There was a journalist here and the communication thing. In the region we have Nekchoga. We see how we can then build capacity of ICAT and EAC member states and the ICAT and EAC secretariats in resiliency policy, analysis and measurement. Support ICAT and EAC member states to scale up and roll out the resilience assessment work, which has already been piloted in 3 ICAT member states, and strengthen the ICAT and EAC regional resilience network, and conduct research based on the identified priorities, research thematic areas, climate change, transboundary pests, risk financing, natural resource management. The budget comes to 70% of the total budget for the next 5 years. Comments, suggestions, and feedback on strategic objective 7? Good. I think we have it.
Wait, before we continue, we just received a couple of questions from the online participants, so I'll just read them out loud. Thank you for your comments and questions. So one of the questions was regarding the section 4.2 of the regional framework, which focuses on the risk matrix. We didn't go through this, today. This was one of the sections that we kind of move aside so we could discuss these activities with you. But the suggestion being if we can also provide a specific risk on ownership and contingency funding options. And I think that's a good idea to maybe include as a risk to be considered there. So thank you for your comment. And then there was a question as well from the online participants. If we have already active user interface platforms. And yes, we do have. The regional framework, I can't remember which table now.
FSNWG?
Yes, we have, GACOF is one of them, for example. So the Greater Horn of Africa Regional Climate Outlook Forum, it's considered a UIP. Well, there's others I can't remember now, but there's a big table in the report that states that. There's also online platforms, such as the East Africa Hazards Watch, Drought Watch, and so on. So I would suggest to the colleague online to go and have a look at the regional framework and have a look there. I also remember that online participants can't access the QR code, so I'm going to put that on the chat now before we forget and we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Can I have a concern? Instead of using NGOs, you should use civil society organizations. Yeah.
Okay, noted. We shall amend that. I think we have come to an end of the 7 strategic objectives and KPIs and budget. Do we have any general comments before we go to the next steps? Okay. I want to move a motion here. But have we validated the document? I know you have put some comments that we are going to adopt. Just maybe the show of hands that we can give it a rubber stamp, that it can serve us, but you see it has the mail framework, it's a live document, and the suggestions you have put across, we are going to adopt them. Can I see the show of hands? Okay, those one, they are saying they have validated the document. Can we see the hands of who have said that they have not? Hands up. I think yes, have it. There were 2 questions. One, by show of hands that you have validated the document with those suggestions and comments put forward. Can you see, can you raise up the hand? Okay, thank you. On contrary, that you feel that maybe we need to go back to the basics. Let me see the hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the document. We have the validated document. Thank you so much. Now, you want what?
What you have just been presenting. The QR code.
Oh, the QR codes. You will get it. You'll get it. Now, you might be interested. What next? Remember in the presentation in the morning, we had stages up to August. We are done with the validation of the document. Tomorrow, we have ICPAC Steering Committee meeting for directors of MET, WMO, and ICPAC, EAC, and ICAD. There are things that we shall discuss with them. And we shall have what we call technical endorsement. So we are moving to tomorrow is technical endorsement of the document. Then we want to leverage the second Africa Climate Summit in Ethiopia. That is on the 9th September 2025 for political endorsement and official launch of the regional framework for climate services for Great Horn of Africa. We are expecting ministers from 11 member states responsible for meteorological services. And I want to believe that we have the PRs here. You will support us through this initiative so that we can launch and the moment we launch, we have now to prepare ourselves to implement. Thank you. I hand over the mic to my colleague. Asante Nisana. Thank you.
Thank you, Callistus. Thanks for stepping in and helping with I think my voice is really giving in now. I don't have much to say. You already kind of closed it. I'm glad that the document was validated by the group here. Thank you again for all your inputs and comments. I did loads of notes, and we've captured different feedback also from the online participants. So please don't worry, we'll take those on board in the next review round of reviews that we'll do before launching the official regional framework for climate services. But thank you so much for your input. It's been really pleasant. I know it's been a long process for myself and colleagues at ICPAC and a lot of you involved in the different consultation events and workshops and interviews and inputs and all that. So a big thank you for you all as well and for today's inputs and discussions. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hussein, are you in the house? Or is out? If you have any comments, suggestions, please write to us. We don't want to have, yes, you said, I wanted to say this, I never said it properly. Please just email us. Are you sharing the QR code again? And Dr. Hussein, the document has been validated. My business here is ended. I'm handing back the mic. You can close. Okay, fine. That is the QR code. Okay.
Good afternoon. I think it was really wonderful. It's a long process, so the development was not that simple. So it started from the consultative meeting with the key stakeholders in the region. Then there was a baseline assessment. Then after that, there was the development of the action plan, the costed action plan, the framework. And now we are in the validation stage. And thank you very much for your contribution, for your input. After this, we will have the steering committee meeting with the PRs tomorrow, again to look at the structure and then to be endorsed by the PRs. Then after that, during the Africa Climate Summit, we will have the high-level endorsement by the ministers from the IGAD and AAC member countries. So that is the plan we have. So after that, this document will be used really for the next 5 years. So it is a 5-year strategic document, and we have to use it. It is not the ICPAC document, it is a document for the region to improve the delivery of climate services. I don't want to say much on the behalf of the director of ICPAC, Dr. Abdi Fidar. I want to thank you again for all your contributions and inputs for the development of this strategic document. With those few remarks, I want to declare this workshop officially closed. And I wish you a safe flight. Thank you.